Somebody's asking about the summon golem thing. Why am I having the extra carrying golems? It's for percent damage from primordial bond. It's like 120% increased damage from that, which is pretty dang nice, I would say. Pretty dang nice.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, it's selling. Playlist celerity is pretty expensive at the moment. Firestorm isn't feeling great. Any suggestions? Wave of Conviction of Charthus. I think you would, I think I've heard a lot of good things about people that were trying that skill. So I would check that one out. It's a Berserker. A Berserker's buying the gloves. Charthus Wave is amazing, yeah. That's what I've been hearing. That's what the stories have foretold. And it's also probably really populated on trade because of it's related to the dudes, right? So once people finish labs, there's not more of those gems getting generated for celerity, but everybody's running these guys, right? Divine Ire. This guy's about to one-shot me. That one showcased Charthus. The Wave of Conviction Charthus didn't exist before this league. It's a mercenary special Wave of Conviction. Just not an available option. Where are you, boss fight? League announcement from GGG? Yeah, it's the big circle in and out thing. Very, very cool looking skill, I think. But he was getting a little bit low there. Little bit low. What? Did you get one shot by the laser? Ain't no way. No shot. The laser killed me? I guess it is 27 pen with monster damage, but still. That's wild. Should have respected the laser. Minus 10% XP? Yeah, my XP, man. Brutal. What are we gonna do about that? Hubris. There's the cosmic we've been looking for. Take some of that. How do you know if you have the correct amount of CDR? The breakpoints are 14%, and what's the other breakpoint? Cosmic's tanking. The other breakpoint is 52. 51? I think it's 52. I guess I could be wrong. I think it's 52 though. Is there anything I could do here to increase my chances of a third mod? With the newer commentators, I don't know. They did something to them. I haven't really tested them, so I don't have a good idea of how different they are. I wish I could tell you, but I am just not sure on that one. I am just not too sure on that one. I bricked my 6-link ivory with a tailoring orb yesterday. Felt real good. That's why I'd recommend doing you do the tailored orb first. That's the reason for it right there. Because it does feel pretty dang bad when you brick it. How rare is the helmet from the boss? I don't know. From which one is it from? Is it from Dread? I think it's kind of commonish, but I'm not 100% sure. With how many versions of the helmet there are, and how many of just the Golem helmet exist on trade, I'm guessing it's a pretty common drop from the dude. But getting the Golem version, I don't know how many different minions can roll. There's probably quite a few though. Is it possible to replicate this build for 50D? You can replicate this build twice for 50D. We're about like 20D into this character. It was down to 4C? Was it actually? That's kind of crazy it got that low. That's got to be because like people just didn't know it existed. Because the amount of builds that could use it are probably quite a lot. 5C is a wild price. Forbidden Flesh and Flames are at stupid prices. You don't necessarily have to copy the Forbidden Flesh and Flame. If Vile Bastion went through the roof, that is how we're getting stun immunity and a bunch of ES. What I would do is I would probably maybe go a little bit less hard into spell block, do like the massive threat instead, and then you could consider some of the other Flesh and Flames, like Profane Bloom, and you can go explode. Well, I mean, Profane Bloom is probably expensive too, to be honest. You could just probably go rare jewels. The ES difference with the jewels I have versus don't have is like, I think it's like 8k ES versus 10k. And you grab the mastery that gives stun threshold based on ES. And we're playing Brine King already. But yeah, the jewels are pretty nice, but I don't think they're mandatory or anything. The ES character is still going to be better than the initial budget life-based setup for sure. tank that. We can tank it just fine.
I will save this world in blood.
Nice conk, dude. Thanks, bro, Tendo. Appreciate you, man. What do you get from the merc? Malevolence. And the merc's applying temp chains. Has some aura effect and stuff. I'm gonna show you the merc's gear real quick. We just invested into one expensive piece for the merc, which is we invested into the Garb of the Ephemeral. This makes the merc prevent crit from enemies, which is huge. It also prevents the action speed slows. I think this is probably just gonna be, outside of Doriani's prototype Lightning Res Shred, I think this is kind of the best chest piece you can put on a merc. It's such a nice bonus to get around like action speed garbage and crits with just this chest piece on a merc. And then we have like Shaper Seed, Leer Cast, Dying Breath, Temp Chains on gloves, +1 curse from Doedri's Fizz conversion.
And my axe.
And my axe. Yo, Ambience, appreciate the sub, man. Thanks for the support. Let's go ahead and buy some more maps to run. This guy's got 19 ziggurats. Do I run ziggurats? I don't know if I really want to run ziggurats, to be honest. I'm gonna buy this guy's A-bombs. We'll run some A-bombs. A-bombs are pretty chill, right? Guys, does anyone know why the alt button doesn't show you the amount of chaos you have in the inventory? It was driving me nuts. It's bugged since the update. Okay, yeah, it's been driving me crazy. It's like I want to know how much currency I have. Yeah, I keep pressing it. It's not working. It's making me sad. Bolts, it's working for you? I just encountered that too. For me, it's been not working for like a day or something. Been, I think about how long it hasn't been working for me is about a day. People have to learn math again. Yeah, I don't want to count, Marcus. I want to be lazy and not count. Okay, you gotta understand where I'm coming from here, man. These are tough times. A-bomb is like pretty low upside, right? Well, no, A-bomb gets us a Maven fragments, right? Maven fragments are chill. See how bad brick accuracy is. Brick accuracy might feel pretty bad. I don't know what to think about that one. Minus max is pretty horrendous. Volatiles is super annoying. Tentacle fields, that's fine, right? Steel charges, gain is extra chaos, gain is extra cold. Probably is okay. This is probably okay. No, bricks might block. I don't really want to have brick block. Don't really like brick block. Monster damage on top of monster damage on top of monster speed. Maybe that's a little bit of a bad idea. Not that gain 400% is LA plus monster damage is a good idea either. Roll over that. Let's get a little bit tactical about our decision making here. They deleted all the legacy Sentinel comms. I just got minus 3,000 for me. Rest in peace, Marcus. Poison, extra chaos, or free mods. Yeah, we get quite a few free mods like suppress, poison, chaos. All that sort of stuff is pretty free mods for us, which is nice. There's some mods that are just like kind of like annoying, so I'm skipping those. I'm gonna run a Desolation map. Should I though? Desolation's gonna make me mad, right? I'm gonna run it and see how it goes. Desolation's probably gonna make me mad though. Chain gains extra crits. Maven's gonna be annoying. Possessed boss. We'll just see how that goes. Hexproof pen. Gain is extra. Minus max NLE weakness. Let's try the remove on hit and see how that feels. Physical is extra elements plus life. Hexproof. Hexproof is not ideal. Alright, where's the Desolation map? Where did I put that? Desolation. We'll run that one first. How'd you get the socketed colors right? I did 3 whites first, so that way if I hit a green socket on the final socket, I would have the white sockets for blue sockets. And then I did 3 socket, 4 socket, 3 socket, 4 socket, 3 socket, 4 socket until I got green. 4 socket, 5 socket, 4 socket, 5 socket until I got green again. Super big pain. I think almost half my cost, maybe even more than half my cost, was just getting the colors. It was a significant amount. Dude, what is this? Dude, where's the freaking shav? Alright, no more Desolation. Desolation's a bad idea. I didn't understand the process, but eating a lot of currency. So off-coloring? Yeah, off-coloring is a super big pain for this chess piece. You have basically white socket it first for the first few sockets, so make it like a 3-socket item, white socket it. Technically, you'd be fine with just like 2 white sockets. But then you have to do the vendor rest, the benchcraft, up down, up down, up down, up down type of thing. What soundtrack is this? This is Mabinogi area, I think. Castle Crit version, tri-stack. The Castle Crit version isn't tri-stack. The mine version is tri-stack. The Castle Crit should just be mostly a strength and focus. Can you sell me more on the tri-stack, or is it simply defensive purposes? You literally do not do tri-stack on Castle Crit. The tri-stack mine version does tri-stack because they get suppress cap and they get additional mine throws. Tri-stack is not worth it on Castle Crit. You're not getting the +2 mine throws like you are on the mine version of the build. If you use a div on your helmet, the summon golem's gone? Maybe. I would not risk divvying it. I would not. I think there's a good chance you divine it, you might lose your golems. Which version would you recommend after playing this league for a bit? If you're talking about E-Blade, I think Cast on Crit is maybe the best version. But that's just a guess. I really like Cast on Crit. I think it just feels good to play. Did somebody theorycraft that you could get 24 golems with a helmet? So like you could force in freaking clay shapers and the amulet, and yeah, that would take you to 24. Should you do that? Like, no. Because you're bricking your, like the amulet slot and the weapon slots are like, in pretty much every build, some of your most powerful DPS gear slots. And forcing in those extra gear, extra golems, and you're missing out on like some of the multipliers you get on those gear slots is not worth it in my opinion. The saw blades are frying my dudes. Like, what? I was wondering why my golems are dying. I think it's just the fizzed off from the saw blades. Literally just those things. Have you thought about the energy shield cost amulet yet, Marcus? I haven't, but I'm gonna want to try to build it. That'll be a later thing. The next build I want to do is Shield Throw of Charthus. This is kind of what the next character I want to do is, I would say.
Hello.
The next thing on my builds I want to do list. Okay. Do some of our Chaos Orbs. Bounty's Vow, we have a buy order for. Shayula Splinters, I need to put buy orders for. Yeah. That checks out mostly. I think KB of clustering for double mana stack, but it hurts having 46% mana penalty from the amulet itself. I mean, well, that's the whole thing, is no matter what you're doing with that amulet, it's an amulet stack. It's a mana stack amulet. That downside is to still, like, limit how much you can scale the mana, right? It's percent reduced, though, right? So you outscale it pretty fast with percent increases countering it. Being a shield thrower, do you think it could be a good cast on crit skill? Do I think it could be a good cast on crit skill? Nah, I don't think it would be. I don't think it would be quite right compared to like Late Steel Spraying. Because every throw gives you 4 procs, and shield throw attack speed's hard to scale, and a cast on crit build really doesn't want to just invest into that much generic attack speed. Any advice for a tanky build with controller? Controller, I always like to play like Righteous Fire with controller, something that doesn't really require you to aim. Well, that's a personal preference thing. Poison's actually a bouncy. What I'm doing right now, it doesn't really need aiming, so. And this character's pretty tanky. It started out with some pretty budget gear that carried pretty hard, and ES version of the build, although we're on the very early stages of it, is already quite tanky. Golems are getting murked. My dude's not dying though. We got that going for us. Something is bricking my damage on this map. What's bricking my damage? Debuffs on monsters expire 186% faster. Does that include my poison? Is that why my damage is bricked? Yo, okay, note to self. Debuff expire faster, bad for poison build. Okay, noted. I was like, man, my damage feels really bricked in this map.
Creature.
Okay. Alright, I shouldn't have been tanking that. I'm just baffled.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
2-second poison, yeah. My poisons are lasting a third of the normal duration.
I need more mana.
Like 70% less damage or something, I don't know. That makes sense. How bricked is my accuracy with this enfeeble, by the way? Not too bad. Kill this enfeeble totem. Why not? I see the new poison ring. I'd be using it right now, but I think it's bugged. We tested it and we did a minnow with 80% chance for an additional poison and a minnow with just normal rings that just had dex on them. And the kill time on the minnow was like basically the same. It should have been like twice as fast of a kill time, and it just wasn't. So I think the rings are bugged or something. Is the life flask worth? We might end up dropping it. On a fight like this, where we have like a mod that like really bricks our ability to deal damage, it's, you know, pretty worthless. I might replace it with that divination card flask. That thing seems fun. They confirmed it was bugged. Yeah, so if they fix that, that's a big damage upgrade for us, basically. If they fix that. You think locks are a good investment? Usually are. Locks usually just go straight up throughout the course of a league. What are they at right now?
Hello.
Inakara's lock. Yeah, I mean they're just going straight up, so probably. I could feed these gloves to my dude. My one disenchanter. Oh, get to work, buddy. Get to work. 3 hours and 42 minutes. Get to work. We have one level 1 disenchanter, okay? Do your job, okay? Do your job. I'm not hiring you a friend, okay? You work for me now! Get back in your cube, yeah. This poor guy's like, this place sucks, man. I'm gonna quit. Okay, let me make sure I don't have debuffs expire faster on any of these other ones. Because holy, was that mod toxic and I didn't realize. Buffs on players expire faster. That doesn't matter. The debuff thing, though. The debuff thing, though, was cooked. I think we're good. I think we're good. Can I run Orias to get explode? With triple res flask? I would do Quicksilver, Oriath, plus Chorus Gain if you want to run it. And you kind of need some AoE investment for Orias to feel okay. You should have some okay generic percent damage scaling, but you kind of need some AoE scaling too. What do you think about the potential for 30% increased int and strength for certain builds from the new jewel? Whoa, 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 whoa. What new jewel? Marcus, what's it called? What's it called? What are we talking about, huh? What new jewel? You said something about strength and int percent going up? I'm listening. My min-max build for this league's probably going to be a Transcendence Howa Jug. I'm listening. What you got? You got a trade search. Bound by Destiny. Alright, we'll look at it after this map. Oh, feels good to not have terrible damage again. Dude, that expire faster was so toxic. I DM'd you earlier. I haven't been on Discord recently. 15 divines. 12% if 2 warlord items are equipped. 11% if 6 elder items are equipped. Yo, that's pretty cool. Bound by Destiny. Does this just have a bunch of like random mods in it? Interesting. Life if elder items are equipped. Stuff if redeemer items are equipped. I mean, that's kind of hard to use. 6 is a lot. 6 is a lot. I'd have to think about that. Because a lot of pieces you really want is synth. 2's decent. 6 is a lot. Physical spell, cannot take reflected. Just gonna grab one of these. In case we make an instack later. Nah, that's so far away though. That's so far away. Warlord items, max res. It's gonna be hard to make that work. It's doable though. Double influence uniques will go hard. Yeah, you could stack up some double influence uniques for some slots. Not like a ton though. It's pretty... What's more important, strength or int? On E-Blade, before you get a simplex, maybe strength. After you get a simplex, int. First one, 15% for 2 slots seems pretty decent. Yeah, it does. Having a chance of double influence Ivory Tower is gonna be AIDS? Yeah, on a lot of your uniques. We'll put that to the side. We'll consider that for the potential min-max jug we're gonna do later. We might do an instacker later. A little Hawa instack later. I think would be a fun time. It would be a good venture, if you will.
What have you got for me?
Is there a Blasphemer's Grasp of the new amulet? I don't think you ever go Blasphemer's Grasp. That one I'm not too sure about. Holy, no one wants to run Awakener. No one wants to run it. Ain't nobody got time for some Awakener. Why don't you have a main hand? Poison Concoction skill says if you have a main hand, you can't use the skill. It needs to be... Yes! Yes! So it begins. So it begins. +1 divine, baby. About E-Blade, what are we supposed to use? Our Brigade Evasion to get nerfed by 326. It got nerfed. You don't use it until... You just don't use it, basically. It no longer can be activated with blood magic, essentially. Dream's gone for it. I should technically be running Lunaris right now, shouldn't I? Wait, I'm stun immune and freeze immune. Why the hell do I have Brine King on? I literally have stun immune from the Jewel, and I have freeze immune from Arctic Armor, and I'm running Brine King. Okay, we swapped that to Lunaris, so I don't die to chain anymore. 5 additional chains is just giving those guys like a gajillion extra hits. What Jewel? Forbidden Flesh and Flame, Bastion. Vile Bastion from Occultist gives stun immunity for ES. So right now when I have a map like this with 5 chains, it's just giga extra dangerous because it's every attack gets to try to hit me like a bunch of extra times, especially with like minions. Minions can be chained off of and stuff. Oh, the sketch situation.
of safety and security.
This vessel needs men.
Take this vitality boon. Struggle or strangle. Take this vitality boon. The void protects its children.
Nah, I think we're out. Our merc's dead. I think our merc's out. I think we cut our losses. That's too sketch. We need to let's go get our Pantheons fixed. Let's go get our Pantheon fixed. Lunaris. Avoid projectiles that have chained. Holy, Lunaris is so good. Alright, let's go get all the Lunaris maps. Lunaris. Cold River. Waterways. And Moon Temple. Go Cold Riv. Waterways. Moon Temple. Your 2 Pconc gems are level 20. I suppose I could start leveling other stuff in my offhand. I haven't really thought about that too much. That'd probably be a good idea for finances. Leveling gems in offhand is usually a good way to make money. I don't know. I don't want to deal with it though. That's too try hard. That's too try hard.
As you will.
Envy, Zealotry, Despair, Cruel Mistress, Int. Cast more that adds cast damage to attacks and spells. That's kind of interesting. Wonder if this person can get Malevolence Envy. Hand over your Chaos Orbs.
Seems I misjudged you. Claim your prize.
Which mercs can use every gear? The Sanguinomancer, but the Sanguinomancer might also be kind of squishy. That's what I feel like I've heard people say.
Ahoy there.
How tanky is this build? Pretty dang tanky. We're gonna get a lot tankier as we make upgrades. Our gear's pretty rough in terms of like making the ES number higher. Right now it's at can mostly face tank T17 situation. It's a face tank T17 consistently on like 1 damage mod. If you get to 2 damage mod, you maybe have to dodge a little bit. If you get to 3 damage mod, you're probably just getting flattened. That's its current situation, which I feel like that's pretty cozy for T17s. And we're gonna keep upping that number. We peep to see the Atlas tree. I'll do a T17 rushing with just mod effect. This isn't a very good tree, so I mean, maybe it's an okay tree. I don't know. Ooh, let's get reduced damage if you've been hit recently. Holy, that's gonna feel good. I'm ready. Can't believe I forgot to swap my Pantheon too. That respec we did yesterday, man, we forgot everything. I heard you mention an idea of a Transcendence build. How are you making that work without 100% Fizz tag it as? Transcendence? PDR. So the idea for the Transcendence min-max build is Hawa Jug, DR, PDR for Fizz from Endurance Charge stacking and PDR mods. And then The rest of the armor goes to elemental damage. And it's an int based, so it gets to go like Giga ES. But it's like really hard to fit everything. So it might be a situation where it's stretched too thin, but potentially I might pursue that. I don't know. There's so many fun builds to make though. I don't really want to do a min-max build for a while. I kind of want to just like have fun and play different builds. The past few leagues, I think I've gotten way too much. I've let myself get sucked into min-max projects too much, and then that prevents me from doing more variety of builds, because min-max projects take freaking forever, because gear crafts take forever and stuff like that. So I kind of want to maybe do a bit less of that is what I'm thinking. You think if we reflect an influence ring using Calandras, does it count as wearing another item of that influence? Maybe. That I'm not too sure about. That item is kind of fun because it definitely increases the value of doing like influence gear, right? Influence gear was pretty lackluster compared to like Eldritch and Synth lately, so having that Giga Chad Jewel definitely encourages you to do some influence gear pieces, which is cool. The treadmill just randomly stopped on me. It beeped. Said I'm out. I don't think I pressed anything. Ladies, can I play a minion build without having to play a minion build? What are you talking about? Does it say that because the bird market's gonna be effed? You can think whatever you want, man. Well, that's a bummer. I don't know how far I walk because it just stopped randomly. You should try the stone golem of safeguarding. We could do that for extra, basically melee mitigation, which maybe that's worth it to have it tank for us randomly. Is it melee fizz or is it just?
Perhaps I can raise you.
Huh? Okay. Over Maelstrom? Yeah, we do probably have Wither procs consistently without it. What? Just gain 200? Ain't no way. I'll think about it. I'll think about the...
You stupid gnat.
Alright, we're doing it. We're getting safeguarding. Screw it. What on earth? I'm dying to the 200% gain there, really. I don't have Ellie weakness, do I, on that map? 50 chaos for one that's already leveled. Doing it. Committing. Thought about it. Died to melee. Let's try it out. Let's see if the stone golem of don't let me die to melee. We'll see if it works. Is there an RF build that could do all map mods? RF all map mods? No. Nope, not a thing. Not a thing. Price check? I'm not a price checker. Message Connor. Nice weapon, though. Okay, I'm gonna unequip this, guys. Just look away for a quick second, okay? It's gonna hurt. Oh! Oh, the physical pain! Oh! Why? Why is it like this? You know what? In case I want to socket it in and out, I should probably do,
Ahoy there!
Think I'm gonna be sick? Yeah, I know. It's pretty painful to look at, isn't it? Minus 50 chaos. Minus 50 chaos. Minus 50 chaos. Alright. Fixed. Fixed.
And my axe.
Oh my goodness.
And my axe.
Thanks for the Inquiz Energy Blade guide. It's blasting. Glad you're enjoying it, Deft. Which contracts have the question marks? That's the demo. At what point would you recommend swapping from RF to Inquiz to Spellblade after campaign? If you're just leveling and playing with RF Inquiz, you can farm all the way until you're ready to do like the 5 to 10D swap with Ivory Tower and stuff. I think that would probably be the point. Just farm up the 5 to 10D, get the Balbala, get the Coruscating, get some decent rares, get some decent jewels, stuff like that. Do what you got to do. What if we double up on safeguarding? And double up on regular stone? Wait. Messed up a little bit. Is that correct? Four, 8, 14. All right. See how it feels. Let's see how it feels.
Trail. Oh. Ahoy there!
Have we figured out much about the memory strands? I mean, they seem pretty straightforward. Right? It's pretty much just... you use the memory strands as, like, a last step upgrade, I think. Like, what I would do is I would get an item with good memory strands, dense fossil till I have, like, T2, 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 and then try to upgrade to T1, T1, T1 type of thing. Would Rival Dragon Fangs work with the mercs? Maybe. If it's one of their skills they have socketed, and you're upgrading it, potentially. Alright, I think we're gonna call it there. For the treadmill. For the day. I'm pretty happy with that initial test. Aside from it randomly turning off there. I'm gonna hope that's me, that I accidentally pressed the remote, which I don't think I did, but... You gotta fix, we got a new treadmill, so we're trying it out. If this one doesn't end up standing the test of time, it has a pretty generous return policy, so we're gonna find out. Aside from it turning off, though, it was running pretty good the entire time. My treadmill just arbitrarily shuts off after 100 minutes. Really? It just 100 minutes, it just decides to shut off. I wonder if that's what happened. We were walking on a decent amount. I didn't check how far we walked, but I think we walked at least like 3 miles probably. My brand is a Go Youth brand. I don't know what the brand is. I'd have to go freaking grab the box or whatever. I'm not gonna bother with it right now. Something we could figure out in due time if we need to. Could be an automated feature to prevent overheating? Yeah. I mean, it was getting kind of hot, so... There's a good chance it was, an overheating angle. You guys could be right about that. I kind of want to test, with the safeguarding, should we just test Uber Shaper Slams? I kind of want to test Uber Shaper Slams. Just see how much it absorbs. Lance, I'm running Cast Crit Energy Blade. Why is Wrathpith insta-killing me? Cast on crit. Are you doing Cyclone? Or are you doing Lancing Steel? And it shouldn't ever kill you. You have a reflected ring with like something that makes you lose life on hit or something? Or lose life on kill type of thing? I need more information. Oh no. I messed up my golems. What have I done? My flame golem! Still 5 carry-ons. Which one do I not have? 5 of. 2 of those. Flame, lightning. What am I missing, man? Okay, I shouldn't be trying to fix this right now. Hold on. This is gonna drive me crazy. Which ones do I have not the right amount of? I am missing Chaos Golem right now. Okay. Stone Golem. Alright, you know what? There we go. Apparently it doesn't want to unsummon the Carrion Golem of Hordes. It doesn't want to unsummon the right thing, so. Alright. Don't have that on my keybind. That was a definite error on my part to have that on the keybind. I do have a reflected ring. Yeah, if you have a reflected ring, you could be PKing yourself. Reflected ring is a good way to kill yourself. a lot of buffs. Yep. We got a nice buff bar. I switched to Ivory Tower RF and I have 3k ES and 5C. Let's go. Oh no, dude. You definitely swap before having like adequate gear. 3k ES sounds real rough, Malice. Like oh no. You really need like a bare minimum of like 2 to 3 stat gear, where the 2 to 3 stats on the gear pieces are correct stats. That is a dangerous situation to be in. You split personalities for the swap? Nope. I showcased all of the builds all the versions of the build I showcased were without split personalities. Well, okay, no, technically the tri-stack had split personality, but it was a 1-stat. It was 1-stat dex the tri-stack character had. But other than that, there were no split personalities. I did showcase the pathing for the split personality, but I didn't have split personalities in the tree. One of the big things that I think is a little bit underestimated is the value of some 2 to 3 stat jewels. I know yesterday Emily was asking for help with the E-blade setup, and Emily had skipped the jewel sockets, the 1 point, 2 point jewel sockets, and those are just like incredible value for E-blade per point. Quantity, and all I have to do is give up PDR? Sold. I have a POB for the ES swap. It is in. Ooh. I think I forgot to update the. I need to update the command for Pconc for the new POB. Let me do that. I updated it for I updated for the YouTube description, but I think I forgot to do it for the Nightbot command. How's that feel? YouTubers are the first-class citizens in this situation. What Watcher's Eye mod should I look out for E-blade? If you're cast on crit, discipline, gain ES on hits, kind of insane. Precision crit multi's pretty good. Gain. Well, late game, gain mana as ES is very good once you've swapped over to like the CI version, but that's not something you can do on the Blood Magic version, because, you know, you don't gain anything if you're Blood Magic. Evade, Grace is good. Grace Suppress is good if you're playing the tri-stack, because you're doing Suppress in that setup. Discipline Block, Discipline Regen are pretty chill. Attack Speed Precision feels good for cast on crit. Helps the feeling of the build. Hey, okay, how you doing, man? Grace movement speed feels good. There's quite a few good mods you can go for. Why do you have doubled up on some golems? So the reason I do that is because golems, they die sometimes, right? Every golem, every time they die, they start a 4-second timer. During that 4-second timer, it's nice to have a second golem where it's still alive, so you still have the buff. So it really helps your buff up time in these more dangerous Rippy maps. These golems would pretty much never die in like normal base content, but in Rippy T17s, they do die. So it's nice to have basically all of the golems that matter for tank, like my stone golem and golem of safeguarding, I like having doubled up on those. I think I'm gonna do awakened CDR Tailwind boots instead of using belt to keep the Cyclopean. Yep, you can do that. I did not do that because it was an expensive choice, right? I was trying to keep the character super budget, so I was just trying to like min cost it, you know what I mean? That's why I did not showcase. Speaking of, I think today we'll do. How do you guys feel about non-ailment effects Awaken Orb with Tailwind? Thoughts? Ailment effect will give us action speed and Tailwind. We should crit regularly enough with how often we hit, and with the fact we have the Ice Golem for crit chance. I think that'll feel pretty good. I found increased ES regen per second and Arcane Surge after creating Pconc Ground. That's on 6. Arcane Surge? Wait, is there a mod? Yeah, there might be a mod with like Zealotry that lets you proc Arcane Surge, actually. That's a good point. That would be a good mod. Well, only if you're doing self-cast, I guess. Doesn't matter for like cast on crit per se. When do we switch to designated lance build and go RF? If you're playing one of my builds, look at the gear set I recommend for the initial swap to Ivory Tower if you're doing RF or E-Blade. If you're asking if I'm switching to RF, I'm not. I've just played a bunch of RF. I don't want to play RF right now. Want some time to do other things. I just lost the map. Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace. Why are you using Divine instead of Eternal? Because Divine has a higher base amount of life than Eternal does. I'm gonna probably swap out of this because we're kind of just burning our flask anyways. We're not really benefiting from this right now. It helps a little bit throughout the map, but I think I might just end up dropping it for another flask to proc. Fortress map 12C. That guy forgot a 0 for sure. That guy forgot a 0 for sure. How's the ES journey? Are you gonna go back to life? No, we're not going back to life. We doubled our base EHP. We got block with recover on block. We added in another DR aura. We got increased. We're not going back to block. You kidding me? Or back to life. Our character got much tankier and got higher damage from the change. We're not going back to the life based. Our ES gear right now is a bit scuffed, so we got room for improvement. Basically, is where we're at right now. We're no life. Yeah, we're no life. A lot of quants. A lot of quants. Avoid poison, no chance. That's gonna be like 90 avoid poison. My damage is gonna be non-existent because I'm not gonna be able to poison enemies. I will pass on that. Isolation makes me not a happy camper. Probably okay.
And my axe.
My axe.
Ahoy there.
Yo, not bad at all. Thanks for gifting us sub Dime So Vile. Working towards the portal MTX. How are you getting all your golems? Our golem count comes from Anima Stone +1, Golem Commander +1, Legion Primordial +2, so that's +4 total. So you have one base, that takes you to 5. This thing doubles, which takes you to 10. And then technically with the Golem of Hordes gem, you can get another +2, which gives you 14. So that's how we have 14. I think it might be time to look at 2120s. I think it might be time. Could you theoretically run any spell attack with this build? Golems are very generic. Yeah, you could run most of whatever you want with Elementalist. It's super generic scaling. Some skills will get more than others will. Like, for example, originally I thought about doing a Winter Orb build, but I ended up canning the idea because I wouldn't take advantage of the dot multi from Chaos Golem, and I wouldn't take advantage of the attack and cast speed because the attack and cast speed isn't as relevant for something like Winter Orb. So, like, it depends on what you're playing. But certain skills will get more mileage out of the golems than others. Which one is the best all-rounder in your opinion? Cast on Crit is, I think, the best. That doesn't compute. 10 plus 2. The plus 2 gets multiplied by this. Dark Monarch doubles. So this golem has base plus 2 of the normal. And so our max golem is normally 5. With this thing, it technically goes to 7, and then this goes to 14. Alright, stone golem. $100 ES gain, and then some regen gain. Nice. Our chaos golem. Is there a way to get access to Frenzy Charge on E-Blade? Character feels slow sometime, even with haste. You don't just need Frenzy Charge to get a attack speed. You can get attack speed on jewels, is what I would do. You could even do Grand Spectrums if you want. That works as well. Grand Spectrums are pretty good for stuff like that. The Grand Spectrums are also like kind of pricey, right? So which golem are we missing right now? Stone Golem, Chaos Golem, Lightning Golem. Right, Blood Rage. Yep, you could do Blood Rage. That would work. You're gonna need some regen to sustain it though. Which levels should I swap? It's not as much level dependent, it's more gear dependent. Basically, the bare minimum gear I'd recommend is essentially what I showcased in the E-Blade video.
What have you got?
Gear that's weaker than that, I cannot recommend because I didn't test. I mean, you potentially could go lower gear. I mean, obviously that character was uber viable on a 5-link, but still, I'm just saying you want to make sure you have some decent rares, like some okay 2 to 3 stats, where the 2 to 3 stats are good stats. You want to make sure you have your flasks set up properly and they're fixing your res. You make sure you have some rare jewels, stuff like that. Chaos Golem of Hordes, we don't care about the quality on. This golem does not have buff effects. What do you think about Simplex? Reflected Simplex could be very good for the build. Shiny? Yo, GG, dude. Congrats on the newfound loot. What's the odds of Omen, of Blanc? I think they're evenly weighted. Like, I've used a ton of those things. I think it's an even chance to get a 1 white, a 2 white, or a 3 white. Somebody can tell me if they think I'm wrong about that, but I think they're evenly weighted. I've used a ton of them. 1 socket, 2 socket, 3 socket, they seem pretty similar outcome. I prefer the angle of make your item a 3 socket item and then just do it until you get like 3 whites and then you can play with the last socket with your socket recipe. Alright. Got our golem upgrades. How much is Brambleback? 80 chaos for Brambleback. Probably chill on that. Once I get a level here, we might consider doing Bramblebacks. This exists for 4 divines? Okay. We'll buy. You thought about damage on full life support? I have not. I don't think it'd be better than any one of the other supports we have here. Nice. +1 level. So between the golems and that +1 level, that should be some pretty nice upgrades for us. First and decent drop of the league. Fracture. Very nice. Alright. Let's get back to farming. We made some nice upgrades. The gem level stuff. I think we could say we're chilling for a bit. Any advice on a 6-link for E-Blade cast on crits? Depends on the skill. Some skills are, want different supports. Like Eye of Winter single target slower proj on a 6-link is decent, for example. At the very least, you could do something like Cruelty for 20% more damage if you really can't think about a good link to use. Don't have any source of frenzies right now. 2 spells? Yeah, you could run 2 spells. Yo, Mume, how you doing, man? No curses. Okay, hexproof is a little bit annoying. Didn't realize this map was hexproof. And... oh no, it's not hexproof. Just that pack of monsters was hexproof. I'm doing it again! Ah, what is this? I was trying to cast Despair, and I have my golems on my keybind for some reason. Okay. This? Alright, is this right? 2, 8, 4, okay. Eventually I'll be done swapping gems around and done swapping gear. And I won't ever have to do this again. Eventually. I'm playing Ivory for 2 days and still forget to press core scanning every other map. Yeah. Nah. Well, eventually it'll change, right? That's what you got to tell yourself. Won't be like this forever. I'll remember what I'm playing soon enough. See the new amulet, if you could play FR of Soul Sacrifice? I have no idea what the new amulet does. Holy. This +2 proj is murking my golems. Just straight up murking my golems. What did I put on this map? My merc hasn't died at least. Somehow. Ah! Three additional proj. $150 gain is chaos. You know what? Actually, that makes a lot of sense. My golems do not have chaos res. That makes so much sense, actually. So Doedru's probably just completely murdering the golems, essentially. +3 proj and 150% gain is extra chaos to the res they don't have capped. That makes sense. The golem died to that.
Oh?
I only play chorus game if you can macro. No, don't play chorus game in hardcore at all. That's just a no go. Don't do it. Bad idea. Just do not do it. Why are you using Carrion Golem of Hordes? Because they give me % increased damage. Primordial Bond gives you 10% damage per golem. I have 3 of them. Golem of Hordes, effectively, having that in my build is 120% increased damage between the 3 Primordial Bonds, because it gives 4 golems instead of 14, right? Or 14 golems instead of 10. Second fracture missed on the helical. Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace. I really should get my chaos golem or my golem's chaos res. Poor dudes, I'm forcing them into a fight that has just a bunch of chaos damage. They have 0 chaos res. Like what we did to our merc. When we sent the toxologist merc into battle with no gear. The new amulet gives you skills cost energy shield instead of life or mana. You know, that would allow soul sacrifice. A CI soul sacrifice. That would be kind of cool. It is life or mana. It is life or mana. Yeah, no, that would allow soul sacrifice. That would be pretty cool. Because then you could just ignore the mana. Wait, no, it won't work, because Forbidden Rite is a sacrifice, right? No, it is a cost. It's take damage. Yeah, this would allow CI soul sacrifice. It would solve the biggest issue with this skill. Yeah, no, that would totally work. Honestly, that would probably be pretty sick. CI with the amulet, soul sacrifice, 500 ES amulet. That'd probably be pretty legitimate. I can dig it. Oh, wait a second, that's desolation. Screw desolation. Ba-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na-na. I just got super lucky, dropped a woke multi-strike. Do you reckon if I sell that, I'll be able to afford the Uber version of Energy Blade? The Uber version of Energy Blade? That version had like a Mage Blood. I don't think woke multi-strike's worth a Mage Blood. That Uber version had like multiple gear pieces that could be like a mirror or more, right? Now, granted, you can do stuff that's like 90% of powerful or whatever with a ton less cost, but that's gonna require some know-how on how to craft and stuff like that. Is Shelf Tool worth the investment? When they bug fix the additional poison rings, that'll just be better. But they haven't bug fixed the poison rings. So right now I feel like this is the chill time. More importantly, a reverse chill time, actually, if you think about it. How goes your grind, Death Rage? Dude, it goes good, man. Right now we're just cruising, doing some T17 fragment farm. How you been, Death Rage? Is the Stormbind cooking? Is it everything you ever hoped it would be and more? Maybe I need to change my kill order. Maybe I should be killing Shav first. Because Shav doesn't annihilate my golems. Whereas Malagaro and Doadri kind of do.
Perhaps I can raise you.
They're real bad for my golems. Is EB converting all damage to lightning? Thus, would Merc be good? Is it converting? No, it's not converting. It's just all your damage is lightning. There's no conversion. It just gives you a bunch of base lightning. So it takes a skill that has, like, let's say 2,000 flat fire damage, and all of a sudden you have a skill that has 2,000 flat fire plus 20,000 flat lightning. There's no conversion happening. It's just a ton of damage. No matter what skill you give? Basically, yeah. Yes, Dorian it would be super free damage, by the way. Yeah, I think I need to start prioritizing Shav first. With this character. Having the Doadri and Malachi Ghost, which just rip my golems to shred because I have no chaos res for the golems, is just a bit too sketch, I think. Yeah, video? I don't have a specific guide video on it, no. I live streamed the craft though, if you're curious. The thing is, the craft was a recombination, and we don't know if they bricked non-natives or not. I haven't been able to test it yet because I've been busy doing other stuff. Mercs aren't minions? No.
An acceptable outcome.
Don't worry. Don't worry. You're not a minion player. If you have a merc, it's fine. It's completely normal. It's fine. What's that? More work for my level 1 disenchanter? Hey. I got more work for you, boy.
We're always open. Oh, it's you.
Here's another 3-hour grind.
Can't wait to break it down.
What is it?
You can make an item magic again with suffix can be changed scour as long as you only have one suffix. Correct. Yep. First season run lane content. Does anyone know if quality or level is better to focus on first? Quality or level. I mean, you'll level up as you play the game. That being said, going into maps, like if you're just doing your Merc Lab and you see like a thing pop up for 30 million XP and it'll level up your skill one more time, get yourself a nice 10% damage boost. It's hard not to take that early advantage, I think. I usually go for it. Unless you get like 10 quality on the lab thing. 10 quality or like a higher amount. If that's the sort of thing we're talking about here. How's the build going, Polly? It's going well, man. We've just been doing some nice, relaxing A-bomb farm. Maybe A-bomb's not the correct choice because a lot of A-bomb damage is kind of like sketch for my dudes. So maybe I should try a different map for a bit. I don't know, it's kind of a good time too at the same time. Let's do a different map after this though. We'll look at the other prices and see if the fragments will pay. Great. Did the thing where she goes up in the clouds.
Needs mending.
Huh? It ain't so. XP. My merc died. Oh, no wonder. I got crit. Yikes. Suddenly, the 130% more crit multi is very scary. Alright. Time to kiss all of our XP goodbye. Let's do this thing. Fortress is gonna be such a walk in a park compared to A-bomb. I don't know why I decided to run A-bomb. It's so much more freaking sketch. Everything does so much damage in A-bomb. Make it stop! It was the spare, yeah. A-bomb is super sketch. Okay, we're gonna finish out these A-bombs and we'll do a different one. It's good. It's really good profit though. I think I think people just don't want to run A-bombs because the boss is like super rippy. Possess, crit multi, crit chance, steal my charges, yikes. The fragment bias, yeah, it gives reality on a regular basis. Oh man, was that rippy? Okay, this should be fine probably.
Hello. Oh.
Some of our frags. Boss too rippy, why don't you just play rip-proof builds? Because rip-proof characters, you need to have a higher investment than what I have here, right? Like, I'll put it this way. Like, right now, this character is good if it's just, like, pretty consistent in surviving if it's just 1 damage mod. But if I start going to 2 damage mods, then I start dying. 3 damage mods are real sketch, right? If I upgrade gear, I can make it so 2 damage mods are consistently surviving, but then 3 damage mods are still rippy, and then maybe I can do 4 damage mods, like stuff like that, right?
Precision is terribly unbegunning.
Ooh, the shield throw. We need this.
Let's keep this
This is for my champ build I'm gonna do. You share filters? Don't have to. Neversink does it for me because I'm just yoinking his generic filters. They aren't my filters, just Neversink's. We're just Neversink appreciating. I gamble 150 fusings. 150 fusings only gets you a 5 link. 1500 is what you need for 6 linking. Come down from the clouds. Game would be doomed without Neversink? I think it would get on. I mean, somebody else would be making the filters if Neversink wasn't, right? There'd be somebody else doing it. Is Sanctuary Thought best in slot for E-Blade Castle and crit? Sanctuary Thought is something you don't do until you're like super min-maxing. The Blood Magic setup does not use that jewel. That's like when you're Giga min-maxing type of thing. You should pay him? Pay who? Neversink? Oh, yeah. I mean, I think he makes money from people visiting Filterblade anyways, right? In a way, he is getting paid. If they keep updating the game, keep making content, people keep coming back and needing filters, I think. I guess I don't really know. I never used Neversink filter. I made has a natural strictness increase based on mainly area level. I mean, if you got something that works for you, I mean, power to you. I just didn't really want to think too much about filters. Quite frankly, my filter right now needs to be... We need to up the strictness, I think. Please don't go in the sky right away. Don't go in the sky, don't go in the sky, don't go in the sky, don't go in the sky. Thank goodness. My merc died. Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, we're gonna have to be done with A-bombs after this. The poor merc, man. It's an action speed slow, isn't it? Yeah, it's an action speed map. Where is Malaga? I need to kill this temp chains totem. All right, Malachi. Can you mouse over your gear? Oh, see how min-max it is? You can. Or I can, hold on. My chest piece. My helmet. My amulet. This is my ring. My other ring. My shield. My boots. My belt. This is my gloves. Basically, I had a decent chest piece and a decent shield, and then I ran out of money. Don't look too closely at the belt, gloves, and boots. And the rings are just the 1C self-chill rings we had before. We would like to be using the 40% chance for an additional poison ring, because that would give us like double the damage, but those rings are bugged. Nothing crazy? Not really, no. My craziest piece right now is my chest piece, just because getting off colors is obnoxious. The actual craft itself isn't particularly good. Oh, that reminds me, guys, we're gonna test the orb of upgrade, because I have one. I completely forgot I was gonna use this on my chest piece. Okay, so. Oh! Okay, no, I'm not gonna think about it. I'm not gonna think about what I just did. Alright. We have the consumes all memory strands. I'm gonna remove the benchcraft. I don't know if this matters or not, but I'm gonna remove the benchcraft. We have the consumes all memory strands in the item to attempt to upgrade the tier. This chest piece has 69 memory strands. And I want to upgrade the ES mods. Both the ES mods could be upgraded, and the lightning res could be upgraded too. Resummon the golems. I'm trying not to think about it, okay? How much does Wrathpith Globe make? It's a decent amount. It gives you % spell damage. Alright. If you're Cyclone, though, Cyclone Wrathpith kind of gets... You stun lock yourself because it procs you out of the Cyclone. It feels weird. You can't do Cyclone cast on crit. You have to do Lancing Steel cast on crit if you're doing Wrathpith. Alright, anyways, let's see how this goes. Dang. So we got an extra 10 lightning res. Both the ES mods went up a tier. Nice. I should have checked what the ES was before I clicked that. 1105 to 1171. So we got 71 flat ES.
I'm perplexed about that one.
Wait, that's part of my int? I need to equip it? 4 total upgrades? Was it 2 tiers on lightning? Because lightning was T8. The ES couldn't go to T1 though, because this wasn't a who's he chest piece. All right, so what I need to do now is... If there's any random ring laying around that gives stats. It's something that gives int. What did I have on this before?
Hello, hello, hello.
It's strength and int. No, it's probably strength and... Let's think for a second here. It'd be dex and int, right? No, it'd be strength and dex. It'd be strength and dex. Strength and dex, I think. Let's find out if that's right. That is right. Okay. All right. Good upgrade. I think in the future we'll definitely use that. We'll use the unraveling angle, and then we'll craft from that point. Oh wait, I was gonna redo the implicits. That doesn't matter that much. Gain frenzy's okay. It's occasionally 4% more damage. So is the build bricked? Is the build bricked? Oh, because I accidentally unsocketed all my golems. Yeah, I have a really scuffed situation with attributes. We try not to look too closely at that though. It's horrifying, to be honest. Horrifying situation. Just realized. Do I really want my Chaos Golem to have meat shield? Or would I rather have the Golem of Hoarding have meat shield? Nah, my Chaos Golem having meat shield's fine. It gives me dot multi, that's pretty important. That's pretty important stuff. Safeguarding. Carry on. Lightning Golem. Carry on. Carry on. Stone Golem. Ice Golem. Alright, our last A-bomb map. And then we're gonna start doing a map that doesn't have like such rippy mods. Ooh, you know what we could do? The feared rotation. I was saving up fragments to do feared rotation. Let's actually do that. How to sustain righteous fire with Scion? Regen on flask, benchcraft mod, regen from the passive tree. Max res from Jules. Make sure you're capped 90 max res. Rational Doctrine regen works. Recovery rate regen Watcher's Eye works. Every additional source of regen will make it feel better and better sustain wise. Just need to make sure you have a decent combination of that stuff. Okay, I think this time I'm gonna go back to killing Malgaro first. I don't know. Are they gonna nerf Dorianis or should I buy it? We don't know. We don't know if they're gonna nerf Dorianis. 73%. That's how much my dude absorbs. I kind of want to do an Uber Shaper. Just like test that slam absorb. I like that just means I never die to Uber Shaper Slam. I don't know if that's the right way to look at that, but I feel like that's what I'm thinking. Do you know of any spells cast by cast and crit cost mana? Anything triggered by cast and crit will cost whatever its costs when it's triggered. So if you have blood magic, it'll cost life. If you don't have blood magic, it'll cost mana. And you could see the cost amount if you hover the skill. Alright. I want to do some feared rotations. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna get out. I have some Cortexes. I have some Chayulas. I'm working on acquiring some Mortal Fragments. We're gonna do some feared rotations, guys. Some feared rotations. We're gonna see how they work out for us. I have a bunch of, ooh. Bought a bunch of these. Hopefully we get some Mortal Ignorance out of these. There we go. There's an Ignorance. There's an Ignorance. Come on. Give me some more. Give me some more. Yes! One more. No, two more. On. Shouldn't have said two more. Greeted too hard. Can this build work without unique rings? Yep, you don't need those. You have a sec? I can't gain frenzies. Look. Can't gain frenzies. Nothing would prevent frenzy gain here unless you have the Militant Faith Keystone. They're able to gain frenzies. Do they have min frenzy with that keystone? Baby frenzy on kill or blood rage. I don't know. How much budget is this build? I think right now I'm about 20D into it. I did a Uber Shaper on a setup that was like less than 10D though. The life-based setup was super cheap when we did that. We're doing it. I'm posting daily progress updates to the character and POBs and stuff. Oh, speaking of, I completely forgot. Somebody asked about it in Twitch earlier, and I forgot I was supposed to update the command. Let me do that while I'm thinking about it. Alright. The Pconc command now has the day 3 POB in it. That should be good to go now. Ask the guy who made the build. How did you craft the shield? I would recommend getting a Shaper and Dense Fossil. How I crafted the shield is I bought a shield that had good ES and block chance, and I Shaper Exalted it.
Entropy claims all.
How much is this MTX? What MTX are we talking about exactly? This stuff is the supporter pack. The MTX I have on. My HP gets stuck at 1 HP and doesn't recover. How do I fix this? Do you have Eternal Youth? Eternal Youth is how you sustain life on the build. Can you show your merc's gear? Yep, here's my merc's gear. Garb, +1 curse, temp chains on hit, calms binding, shaper's seed with lacerates, which helps mitigate regen. Some res gear and a dying breath is right now what my dude has on him.
What consume you?
I've never seen anything like that. Got a real dense hole. Twin terrors.
If the merc dies, you lose its gear. Nope. You just have to resummon it for the gold cost. Does gold cost scale? Probably based on level. I don't think it cares what gear's on there. Alkeed, his face cap? Thanks, man. I guess since we're not walking, I might move the face cam back, actually.
Life is so brittle. None resist my entropy. Twin terrors.
All right, there we go. Now we're proper hidden. With these gloves, your merc can't kill any target. That's okay. I only care about the fact these gloves gives the merc % life and gives me temp chains on hit. It was just a cheap pair of temp chains on hit gloves. That's all it was. Which I viewed as an absolute win. Just hit 10k ES on Energy Blade build. Holy velo. Hopefully it's feeling pretty good to you. My POV says I have call life percent 137. I have 197 runners or life. You need to click Eternal Youth. Eternal Youth gives you recharge rate on your life pool. ES regen does not sustain your life pool. Therefore, if you have life cost, ES regen's doing nothing for that. It's a trade. You trade. You put the ES regen on your. Or you turn life regen into ES regen, and then you turn recharge into from ES to life. Eternal Youth. You're missing the keystone. I have Eternal Youth. Are you standing on Searing Exarch ground? If you stand on something like that, it'll turn off all recovery for like 4 seconds. Or well, okay, it'll turn off your recharge for 4 seconds. That's one way you can get it disabled. I made an offer of 70 instead of 10, and he proceeded to change it to 35. That's freaking toxic as hell. Don't spend 35 on it. It's not worth 35. I mean, Vile Bastion's good. It's not. I think 7 was a pretty reasonable offer to make him. 35 is insane. He's not selling at that price. Don't cave to those demands. That's ridiculous. Keep whispering him until he finally raids you and then leave. The old toxic versus toxic route. You gotta up the ante a little bit more. See if he keeps price changing.
Godslayer.
If they're gonna be toxic, I will be worse.
Long day.
Reasonable and based. Fire with fire, the old classic. I'm gonna Val Orb these two just in case. We'll go for like 70 quant and then we'll Val. 90 quant, that's pretty good. I'll Val on that, that's a lot of speed. You ask a crafting question? Sure. You're watching stream? Offer less each time? Yeah. Let them know your price went down. That'll teach him. For Evilite? Yeah, I'll look in a second. I'm in the middle of the feud right now. Hold on. Okay, so... Ooh, we got a Garb. Hell yeah, actually. Viridian Jewel? Shaper's Exalt? Dang, this is a pretty packed drop. You want life? Alright, sorry, what was it? Should I do Previous Can't Be Changed, then Reforge Defense? Suffix can't be changed, and T1 life is more valuable than either of the defense mods. I'd maybe consider Suffix can't be changed, Bristle Matron, plus Veiled Chaos, plus block mana, slam, then bench. But depends how expensive you want to go. Garb is 60. That's, I mean, it's a really good in this league. Giga good in this league, right? It's not 60. It's 4.5 now. It's like, we'll take it though. We'll take it. I paid 5.5 for mine, so it's already dropped a decent when I bought mine. Very good for the dudes though. Having the crit block is super nice. Green Dream is showing up as 6 divines. Is that real? Is this actually a 5D hit?
And my axe.
My axe.
What have you got for me? You don't know what you don't know now. Ahoy there.
Appreciate the sub, anonymous gifter. Thanks for the support.
Hello, hello, hello.
Playing your E-Blade Castle Crit Bill. I just bought a helical ring. What stat should I go for? I would go for Strength plus Int and Reflect. I would go for a 2-stat helical. Look up my Gagarth video and look up the section where I go over the helical craft is what I'd recommend. Added fire worth anything? Gonna cry, I lost the 5D axe. What happened to it? You get DC'd and it rolled back. I miss Lance's lab running days. You miss a fictional thing that never happened is what you miss. I was never a lab runner, okay? Don't get the record twisted.
Die as you were meant to.
What secrets are you hiding in that?
What do you know if damage calculation for skills causing a trigger occur before or after the trigger occurs? I have no idea, Kazan. I don't even know how you would test that. Find out if the damage calculations happens before the trigger. My axe. Appreciate the sub, Squiddo. Thanks for gifting one to Jake Jatku. Where's my helmet? What helmet do you need? Not too late to change career, the lab beckons. Listen, I would expect that sort of comment from Twitch chatters, not the YouTube chatters though. What are you doing? Does a garb drop from Uber Cortex? No. I don't think it does. I think it's regular only. YouTube chatter knows what's up for once? Okay, don't, like, go back to calling them fake, okay? Frickin' don't support that behavior. What the hell? Slam build coming in hot. One awakened gem for my good sir. Conquer the labyrinth with ease. I'm not reading the rest of that sentence. That, or paragraph, I should say. That. You start out with that, I'm not reading the rest. Nope. Nope. That ain't happening. Hey, Lotador, what's going on, man? I failed at League Start? What did you League Start, Lotador? I think this will sell if it has good movement speed. It does have good movement speed. Does this sell? No. No, even then it's still not worth much. I'm gonna leave it on the ground. Facebreaker champ. Oof. Facebreaker is just a very, like, just kind of weak, unfortunately. If you see a tri-attribute merc, be warned. This is not a mercenary. This is Captain Lance 9. Do not let him in your hideout. You will begin crafting and never leave. Guys, where am I right now? Look at what's in front of your eyes. I am clearly doing Chayula right now. I resorted to running a blight to fix my... Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense. If you have a scuff start, do the mechanic that you don't necessarily need a good build for. As long as you're good at building the towers. Do my eyes deceive you? Your eyes do not deceive you. It's happening. It's real. I'm pretty mad at myself because it's a bit awful with thousands of hours. Nah, don't sweat it. Sometimes the cope and believing and wanting to make something work is too big and it blindsides you. That's just how it goes sometimes. My axe. How do non-poison elementalists self-chill? The Call the Void Ring, the Ben Ring could work, I think. Bleed Ring, yeah, Bleed Ring would work too. Baiting yourself into a bad build's part of the fun. I would 100% agree with that. Most fun I think I have in PoE is when I just send a random build. That's a good time. Just playing something you haven't played before, you don't know if it's gonna work. Logging in and just seeing how it goes, type of thing. My friend just 6-linked my chest and 5 fusings. Are you gonna pay him for that? For that service he just gave you? You rely on movement skill to proc Shaper Flames, or how do you ignite? Shaper of Flame says all damage always ignites. If I hit an enemy with Poison Concoction, they're ignited.
I've never seen anything like this. A match of my mind.
Very reliable. You have a crafting video for the AoE mace for Scion RF? I do not, Lowland, but to do that, it's basically Chaos Orb plus Recombinators, essentially. Or you could do alt spam with Recombinator, probably. 2 mods. It's basically just the suffixes, which you're crafting for. Afterwards, you can do stuff that can be changed, like Veiled Chaos, Unveil, and you're just attempting to hit percent fire damage type of thing. You have Void Manip? Ooh, that's a good point. I do have Void Manip. I didn't actually think about that. It still looks like the enemy's burning. That's a good point, though. Ever since I got my 6 link, I have felt like my Fizz mitigation was worse. I mean, we could change out of Void Manip, I guess, technically. We could change to Deadly Ailments instead. Right now, I did the exact upgrade you recommended. I'm nearly at 6,000 ES with the E-Blade on. It feels really great. But then I try Penance again. It still feels bad, but everything else works perfectly. It's Penance brand is just not a good mapping skill, Emily. I'm glad the upgrades helped out and you're already up 2k ES from yesterday. But I think it's really just Penance brand without like much higher investment and some like Explode tie-in is just not a great time. The thing is, I still see the burning animation on enemies. You're sure that the it doesn't count as ignited, even though it deals no damage? I've run 100 maps that I haven't seen the merc Lance has. If you ban int, you don't see any of the int types, even if you ban one of the int types that wasn't necessarily the one you're looking for. You can remember the flame golem? Yeah. We could try Awaken Deadly Ailments. I mean, our hit damage isn't really that significant, right? How do you get RF Arcane Devotion to work with Blood Magic? You don't! That was a change they made right after I made my video. Because in the patch notes, they didn't change it. And then I made my video. And then they did an update. You can't do Arcane Devotion anymore. Targeted nerf? I think maybe they just realized, like, oh, that's kind of free, you know? So you basically snitched? No, I think other people snitched. It wasn't me, man. I don't really want to change the dude. This, I should swap this for Awakened Deadly Ailments. I guess I could go get Deadly Elements to level. Maybe that's what I should do. Oh, I have a Deadly Elements to level. Okay, once this hits level 5, I'll swap them. I don't want to swap them now, though. Doesn't really matter for the content we're doing anyways. I say that, watch me die to a Shaper Slam. I'll be singing a different tune.
Billowing death.
You have starter build and reverse Pconc? Blessed? Yeah, this is the starter build I did. I have like 2 update videos on it.
Father.
Day 1 update, day 2 update. Both, pretty cheap setups. I just swapped to ES recently.
Exile, do something.
A veil of safety and security. Shadow, rise and fight. Struggle or strangle. Struggle or strangle.
High axe. Go tear power troop. Appreciate the sub, man.
A veil of safety and security. Grip of the infinite.
Rot consume you.
Grip of the infinite.
You know if gain percent is extra is multiplicative or are they additive? All sources of gain percent is gonna be...
Struggle or strangle.
Well, it depends. Like if you have... Okay, I'll put it this way. If you have Fizz gained as Ellie, and then you have Ellie gained as Chaos, then that'll be kind of like a multiplicative chain, I'm pretty sure. But if you have 20% Fizz gained as Cold, and then another 30% gained Fizz as Cold, it'd be the same as 50% gained Fizz as Cold. That's what you're asking?
Shadow, rise and fight.
Oh, I'm supposed to be doing Shaper right now. Whoops.
Struggle or strangle.
What the hell's going on in this arena? Which one's actually Shaper? This one?
Struggle or strangle. Shadow, rise and fight. Struggle or strangle. Struggle or strangle. A veil of safety and security. Struggle or strangle.
Unravel.
Twin terrors. A veil of safety and security.
Yeah, I think safeguarding just kind of absorbs slams. Those slams should hurt way more, I think. You want chunky boy? Yep. Elemental is good, guys. Elemental is good. Who would have thought? Ready for another feared? We are. Nice. All right, let's get to above. 77's pretty good. All release. Let's see if we can val that. Is Course Game supposed to turn off Righteous Fire? No. You need Eternal Youth. You need this keystone. Course Game should not be turning off your Righteous Fire.
The long-awaited event is finally here. Feel your life drain away. Mortal pleasures are infallible. Grim terrors. Take this vitality boon. Dense pull. Life is so brittle. Take this vitality boon. Until next time. Get bored already. Go now.
Cobalt Jewel. Papers Exalt. Nothing too crazy for the other stuff, though. Some mercs are pretty overtuned. I think a lot of them are. I think most of them are overtuned. Maybe it's overtuned in a good way, though. Maybe it's for the best.
Ahoy there! Farewell.
Uh-oh. I hear dripping water. I think that means they're overflowing the bathtub. I'll be right back.
And my axe.
My goodness, that dude is a saboteur. I keep telling him. Hey, man. Don't overflow the bathtub. He's got no control. It's okay, though. We've stopped the problem. I would say permanently, but he's probably going to do it again tomorrow. How good is this build? I think it's very good. We've been having a pretty dang nonchalant league start. Everything's kind of working. Life's good. Sun is shining. Got lots of nice upgrades still to do on the character. Tub is overflowing. Yep, tub's overflowing. It's all going according to the plan. Any ideas if I have Eternal Youth, but it's still turned off with Elixir? Are you standing on Syrian XR ground or something that disables recovery? If you get hit by like a Maven laser or stand on Seer's ground or Awakener ground that disables recovery, it'll turn off your recharge for 4 seconds. Which means, once the flask procs, you'll go to 1 HP and it won't recover, because the recharge has been disabled. Thought you had deja vu, because you answered that earlier. Was that just... I think that was just another person asking the same question. Was that just the same question? I answered it twice. My bad. My bad. That happens sometimes. I asked twice, but I had oh no, it's don't worry, man. No biggie. Dips on E-Blade, cast on crit Pantheon. I like Brine King to deal with stuns. Like, you end up getting a decent amount of life, so you shouldn't get stunned too much, but even then, I still like Brine King. Until you get a more permanent stun solution. And then I like Tukohama for regen Fizz, or Ralikesh to deal with bleed.
Entropy claims all.
Mortal flesh is so fallible. Feel death's pull.
Got a blood notch. You got the miracle jewel. How much is blood notch up to? CB. You hit CB on it? You might want to sell that unID'd, man. Because whether or not you ID, that dictates its value pretty heavily. Should I leave it on ID? That's up to you. Depends if you want to gamble on it. As for something valuable with a good corruption, hard to price this early because no one has that much money, right? The likelihood you can get what it might be worth is not going to be as good. But then again, Blood Notch usually isn't this valuable. Like, it probably is going to tank in price, which then makes the corruption less valuable, right? It's not really, I don't know if I'd want to hold on to it if I were you. Lance wants to flip it? Nope. She must be new here. I don't flip items. I do Faustus exchange and that's it. Not going around freaking sniping things for cheap and then reselling them. I'm clicking Faustus, I go to bed, I wake up, and Faustus gives me more money. What about the 8C ring? I bought that for my own character, invested a divine into crafting it, and then sold it for a divine a week later. You freaking... Of all the things to give me crap about, the ring.
What secrets are you hiding in that murderous mind of yours?
Lance always undercuts? Yeah. I'm helping keep the market moving, man.
Baldo had some ingenious...
Helping drive prices down. How much divines would it be to make this build T17 viable? I put this character together, like this current state of the character was about 20 divines. That being said, from what I've been told, it sounds like people are maybe trying to scam on the Forbidden Flesh and Flames. So I would just go a different Forbidden Flesh and Flame or to go Rare Jewel. That's the one thing I think you're gonna get price gouged on. Everything else should be a reasonable price. So what if he physically calls players in their homes and starts threatening them? It keeps the market moving. What? I don't do that. Yo, what the hell? You know what's the recombinator in? Nope, I haven't been able to test it. Haven't been able to test it. Can I have another garb, please? I would be down for another garb. Not the shield! There's a character called Copy Lance exactly. Yep. Some people don't know how to listen to directions. I clearly named this character Lance Do Not Copy. But to be honest, at this stage of the character, I can confidently say, yeah, you should copy this character. This character's good as hell. I wasn't sure on League Star because I haven't freaking played Bouncing before, and I hadn't played Elementalist before and was getting chains. So I was telling people not to copy it because I didn't know if it was gonna work or not. It's true. The other day he showed up at my house, threatened me with bodily harm, and if I didn't help keep the market moving. And aren't you glad you started doing your part? Aren't you glad you helped keep the market moving? Wasn't it worth it? He got me to play Bite by saying keep the market well oiled. Hey man, somebody's gotta lubricate, you know? And how can you lubricate if you don't have the oil? That's a good hit. That's a good hit. Blessing of Chayla. Oh, that's a good hit. Blessing go for 3.5D. Chayula.
Ahoy there.
One day Lance caught me playing Death's Oath. He let's just say that I had to move houses. Yeah, don't let me catch you playing Death's Oath, okay? Or yeah, I might burn the house to the ground, okay? I wasn't threatened per se, but it was implied something bad would happen. Okay, guys, I don't like this storyline, this joke, okay? Because people are going to come in who don't know that I'm really a good guy, and they're going to think you guys are completely 100% being real. And they're going to start, like, being afraid of me, you know? We don't need to give that wrong impression.
Resist the assault. Storm and calm.
Make EB cast on Crib better, and I put Death's Oath on it. Build League for sure. I am going to ban you. You sure you want to say something like that? You want to lie? You're gonna pretend like that's a good thing? If Death's Oath was the correct choice, you better freaking not.
Storm and calm. Resist the assault. Resist the assault.
Golem stacking feels like aura stacking at home. I like it. You really are stacking a bunch of freaking buffs, kind of like auras. In a way, you really do kind of have that effect a bit. Golems go hard, man.
Resist the assault.
Dude, safeguarding's so OP. The fact I feel like I could literally just ignore Shaper and Elder Slams pretty much. Safeguarding was definitely the right play, like 100%. Because basically the Golem's just alive, 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 and then it's like, oh, here's my sacrificial time. Don't worry, let me absorb 70% of the damage. That's so crazy. Level 92 hit with 200 deaths and still not a single raw divine. Oof, Caliph. Oof. I just got my first couple divines today that were raw drops. Yeah. Oh no! The beam combo! I didn't see that coming. You know? Well played, Shaper. Well played. Do I hear Lance enjoying minions? This is not a minion build, guys. I'm a buff stacker, guys. Look at my bar. This is a buff stacker, okay? Look at the bar. Buff stacker, guys. Look at the bar. Buff stacker. What even is this helmet? Dark Monarch is what this helmet should have been. Maybe it's worth good there's no way. It's probably not worth good juice. Just gonna leave it here. Alright. Watcher's Eye. 3 mod Watcher's Eye. Let's see. What do we got? Dot multi, nice. Conk ground, damage taken, nice. And CDR movement skills. Honestly, that's pretty good. Dot multi by itself is 4 divines. CDR is okay. Conk ground is okay. Probably just gonna sell it based on the top roll dot multi, I think. I think that's just a 40, I think. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all.
Oh.
Slit. How's the trail?
Is it possible to reliably 6-link under 2D? 2 days in the league? Not really. Not reliably. Unreliably. Well, I mean, with Tainted Fusings, if you have a corrupted chest piece, I'd say maybe. Maybe for a Tainted Fusing angle. I'm gonna 8 mod this. There we go. Called. Called, baby. Oh, we're about to get some good loot.
Let the blood dance begin. Grasp your mortality tightly. Unsettle. Rise and fight. Time to up the stakes. Resist the assault. Another challenger. Time is my will. Resist the assault. Brother or strangle. Twin terrors. Until next time.
Melee Fizz? Not bad.
I kept waiting.
Sword that's probably not worth anything. 14 splinters? Okay. That's sizable. Did I see the price of Tainted Fusing? I have not looked recently, no. 1.5 Divine for the melee fizz. Always be undercutting, go for 1.4. 20 movement speed, never 20 movement speed. Is this thing worth anything? Nope.
Ahoy there.
Can I exchange for 2D? I could exchange for 2D. Sure, I'll help you out. Divine is 150? What's Divine? Is it 150? 158. 160. So 96?
What have you got?
My man, it happened? GG, man. GG. Can you show the self-guard tech? What do you mean by self-guard tech? Are you talking about safeguard? There's a golem, there's a stone golem with safeguard. 73% of melee damage from hits is taken from your stone golem before you. Basically, it's a giga protect against like Shaper, Uber, Shaper Slam, stuff like that. And the golem, once he tanks it, he dies, but then you still live. Extra EY build? No problem. GG. Have I seen the div cards on Basilica? No, I haven't, but now I have. Original Scripture, Enlighten 3, Mirror Shard, and Orb of Annulment. Dang. That's some pretty stacked div cards. Oh my word. That is some really stacked div cards. Kinda nutty? Yeah, that is super nutty. but it's got the worst boss in the game. You can scry the map. You get double buffs with 2 golems. Nope, you don't get double buffs, but the advantage of having 2 summoned is if one dies, you still have the buff up. So it's really good for buff up time. Naval Seer's in the game? Yep. They didn't remove it. Can I use BV with E-Blade and Quiz? You can, but you need to get AoE from somewhere, Paul. You need to get AoE from somewhere. Basically, like, BV without AoE feels bad, so you just need to make sure you get some AoE investment on your setup. Now that I think about it, if you do Fanaticism, BV, you're shield charging a lot. Fanaticism, BV might actually feel really good. Because that is a self-cast skill, right? Fanaticism, BV actually might feel really chill. And that'll help you get some nice AoE. You'll be shield charging around, and then every time you want Fanaticism, you proc, you know? Like, if you get the Giga cast speed, you only have to cast it every now and then. You're mostly just shield charging around, right? So you probably have like really high uptime. That was my idea. Yeah. No, I think that would work actually pretty decently. How would you compare this build to E-Blade build? This character is definitely more tanky, more consistently tanky. E-Blade is way more damage. Hey, somebody's buying my old pair of boots. Whoa, what value, man? Sorry, did copy. Not that. Enjoy the E-Blade. E-Blade casted crit is insane DPS for the cost? Yeah. It's really fun on the merc. Does the merc proc that on a regular basis? Yes? How to get Golem Jewels and SF? I don't even know where they come from, to be honest with you. I bought div cards to make mine. I don't actually know where the Golem Jewels drop in SSF. Find out where they drop and do that? Yeah, exactly. Is this all from earlier? What'd you get? +2 lightning? The +2 lightning help? Not a ton. But yeah, I mean, you got movement speed, you're chilling. Later on, you can redo the prefixes if you really want. Primeval Cities and Delve. Oh, okay, okay, so you're delving. Can't do Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion. Are you on the Blood Magic setup? In that case, you can't even turn it on. If you're before Blood Magic setup, it's just a math equation. How much total mana do you have? How much flat regen do you have? Because the degen is based on your total mana amount. Make a dedicated Golem build, Benny Bruce? I want to. That's that is on the list of things I want to do. I want to make a specific Golem build this league. I'm hoping they nerf Doriani's, because if they don't nerf Doriani's, then I'll feel obligated to do Lightning Golem, and I don't really want to do that. I kind of want to do like a throwback to Chaos Golem. Let me join those Chayulas. Sorry, friend, though. I'm just trying to run feared. Doriani prototype? Yeah, it's just insane. Basically, you put it on the merc, and the merc just doesn't die, so it's super free damage. Hey, another blessing. Nice.
Hello, hello.
So we'll list this way. I'm gonna do a TLDR 100k to 1.4 mil. It's pretty much like a just Doriani's alone is like a tripler in damage or more, depending on like normally you'd consider, let's say your build has like, let's say 50 pen or whatever. So let's say monster goes from 50 res to 0, minus 200 triples that. If you don't have any pen or any other investment, it's like a 6x multiplier. Mercs have other good stuff that multiplies damage, but nothing really as efficient as Doriani's prototype. Doriani's prototype is just kinda crazy. Quick question, is there a 50% chance of a 6-link body armor 5-link corrupted with a tainted fusing? Yep. Yeah, if it's 5-linked and you have one socket, tainted fusing is basically just a coin flip. 50-50 up, 50-50 down. Ooh, it's quality currency map. Whenever you get this mod, I feel like we probably should just like full clear because of it, right? The quality currencies are all like 2C a pop. Purgle's Toe, yeah. Well, Purgle's Toe is like a 30-40% damage multiplier. I was just saying that Doriani's itself is very, very ridiculous. It also gets you around like res mods and other things, stuff like that. How to fix blood magic issue with Cassacre DB? I can't see the efficient way out. Blood magic RF? You do not use Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion with blood magic. It basically, they changed how it worked a day after I made the video. You just take the gem out, you don't use it. It was gonna be free, basically free cast speed for the build, but they made it require mana, so you can no longer turn it on for Arcane RF Devotion. Kawani, can you still ignite with void manipulation? Or is it brick? I think it might be a brick. In other words, I should be playing with Awakened Deadly Ailments right now. But I haven't been dying to fear it anyways, so I'm just not bothering with fixing it right now. It should be Awaken Deadly Ailments instead of Void Manip probably.
Face your destruction.
Soul and character? Yeah. No, I just completely forgot about it. I was playing with a 5-link before Void Manip, and then I put on the 6-link and I forgot. Somebody else, you weren't the first person to say that. Somebody else said that earlier today, and I was like, oh yeah, I think you are right. Part of it, I think mentally, is because I'm seeing enemies get ignited, but they're probably just getting ignited from my flame golem. The gloves. I'm sad I can't use RF Devotion on CI. Yep. No can do. No can do.
Hello. What have...
All right, put in a buy order for those. Let's finish this out. Pogcap, I dropped a Rational Doctrine. Yo, GG, Pohunger. Congrats on the Rational Doctrine.
When I'm ready and not before.
I may not retire.
Father, no!
Guys, your E-Blade will feel good on Sanctum. Anything with good damage feels good on Sanctum, so I think so. What level would you recommend switch to ES? It's not about level, it's about gear.
Exile, do something.
You could swap to ES at level freaking 68 if you had ES gear to support it. So it's just a matter of what your gear looks like, I'd say. How do you figure out my attack speed ratio? You Google it, but I'll just tell you. 14% CDR is 6.06 attacks. Or sorry, 14 CDR is 7.57. 0 CDR is 6.06. And 52 CDR is 10.10. And if you can't get that exact attack rate, like let's say you're doing Cyclone Cast on crit, if you can't get that exact attack rate, then what you need to do is get slightly slower. If you're faster, that's a brick. You need to be slightly slower. As close as you can to those numbers, but slightly slower depending on your CDR. Or go Lancing? Yeah, if you go Lancing, then you just don't really need to worry about it too much.
Resist the assault.
Lancing with, like, not thinking about it at all is quite close to the number you need.
Ahoy there!
Entropy claims all.
Struggle or strangle. Tight tethers. Temporal tears.
How much crit should you aim for? You want to get to 100% eventually.
When I'm ready and not.
If it feels bad right now, it sounds like you're probably low on strength in it, would be my guess. Int contributes to your accuracy as well. So if you're low on int, you're probably low on accuracy.
How's the trade?
87. 87 it is.
And my axe.
Got Ascendancy, so that'll help. Any additional strength and int you give will continue to help your character progression. Absolutely.
Handle this. None resist my entropy. Shadow, rise and fight. Time to up the speed. Movement is so fallible. Resist my entropy.
Another savant for the road.
Challenge. Gather more combatants.
Don't mind if we do. What's that? A perfectly divine Cyclopean as well? Hiya! Nope. Are Forbidden Jewels necessary? No, I league started without Forbidden Jewels. I did Ubers when I was a life-based character with like 5 items that were 2C of value or less. I make update videos on the characters so you can check the progression and depending on what you want to do. Garb doesn't drop in the normal fight, but in the invite it does. Wait, are you sure about that?
Hello, hello.
Maybe I need to run some Uber Cortexes for comparison. I'm pretty sure it's a normal fight drop. Hey, Incarnate, how you doing, man? Guard drops, I've gotten it twice this year. Twice this league or twice last league, because maybe they changed its drop location.
Father, no!
The wiki says 8% normal Venarius. New build, new me, Incarnate? When you say new build, are you playing non-Flicker Strike, Incarnate? Are you branching out?
Rot, spoil, and fester.
Exile, do something.
The void protects its children.
It drops an Uber too, does it?
Preach tethers!
I'm playing the new SST, dude, Incarnate. I want to do that too. That's gonna be our next character. You show your merc now. I finally got one with 2 auras, but now when I'm already CI, not sure Grace is good. One with Malevolence and Action Speed aura. You got Haste and Malevolence? That sounds awesome. Haste and Action Speed sounds fantastic. I am not going Grace at this point because I have block and recover on block. I don't think Grace is as necessary. I mean, it's still like good. You have defenses from the Golem. You'll still have like 60 of 8 or whatever. But that's kind of your call, whether or not you want to use it. On early game PoB, Blood Rage drains your ES. Is it still worth it? If it's draining your ES, I mean, you could drop it if it feels bad sustain-wise. I like Blood Rage to go, like, faster. A lot of times I'll play with it just to, like, proc frenzy charges and stuff. But if you're draining with it and you're not sustaining it, then don't use it, right? I went Castle Crow my second lab and it felt great. You felt great at your second lab? Dude, I mean, power to you. If you're rocking and roll with Castle Crow to your second lab, dude, don't let me stop you. Yo, not so cinco. How you doing, man? When I go Castle, what skill should I use with it? What skill that you think will be fun? Because that ultimately matters quite a bit, I'd say. I went Orobot on my second lab and my merc has not let me down yet. Awesome. Hey, we're getting decent currency now. Starting to ramp. Starting to ramp. Yeah, people really just started sniping Vile Bastion then. Vile Bastion was always the cheapest option. The other option was going to be Profane Bloom. I'd say, guys, if you're copying the build and Vile Bastion got price hiked, consider Profane Bloom. You just need to add a curse on hit, and you can get to Explode, which is like massive quality of life in terms of like playstyle and maps and stuff. But you need curse on hit to do that. I just dropped an immutable where 7D added to the bank balance. You're looking pretty. Is there a reason you go Grace plus Ghost Dance over Determination plus Divine Shield? Is it purely evasion per 5 int mastery? Yes, the build gets built-in evasion scaling. Also, evasion's better than armor. It's not like they're equivalent stats. 20k armor versus 20k evasion. 20k evasion is much more powerful. Hey, a level! What am I putting this into? Yes, mastery's pretty good. Let's grab yes mastery for now. Lance is simply in denial about this being a minion build. It's not a minion build. It's not. You gotta believe me.
Shadows, rise and fight. A rush of my might.
What if we, guys, what if for our second build we do an FR sacrifice with the amulet? Thoughts? An FR sacrifice build? Do an FR sacrifice Aki? Giving me an excuse to play occultist. Sochi, I'm playing that. How's it going? Do you like it? Wanting to play FR for leagues now? I mean, it'd be pretty straightforward, I think, to gear up and set up. Oh no! My XP! No, no, no! What? I guess I am only 75 res, and I just didn't block or suppress. I use the new wands too, but I'm still low on investment. There's new wands? What are new wands? Cost 25 chaos for a pretty good roll. Let's do it. Let's commit to the dream, guys. Let's commit to the dream. This would be a fun cheap reroll. We can make this pretty dang good too. The amulet is Astro Bonkin. It makes FR cost 0, by the way. It doesn't make it cost energy shield, is what you're saying? Or something else? New one gives +3 projectiles. It doesn't... What, guys, can we tell me... Say the name. I can't... Projectiles... Chain fork... I just tell me what the name is, guys, so I can actually look it up. Start guessing. Just go through the entire list of wands and just hope I can spot it out of the list of things, I guess. Mystic Refractor, maybe? +3 proj speed, projectile damage. Is it cast on crit FR time? Ooh, you know, we could do cast on crit with it. That does sound kind of fun. Aki cast on crit FR? Thoughts? That could be a good time, right? My favorite build ever was cast on crit. I feel like that'd be pretty fun. I don't see why that wouldn't be fun. Will that apply to Magmorb? I have no idea. Alright, I'm gonna go grab some water, guys. We just ran out of water. Let's put this into our secret Aki tab. Secret, cast on, crit, FR, Aki. Can you go E-Blade for cast on crit? Yes. E-Blade's very good for cast on crit. But this wouldn't be an E-Blade build. This would be a FR sacrifice build, which is a completely different thing. This would be a lot of fun, honestly. All right, I need to get some water. I'm really thirsty. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna top off my water. And I've returned. The reduced mana on amulet means the RF deals a lot less damage to you. we would, if we were doing FR sacrifice, we'd be playing this as like a CI angle is what we'd be doing it as. Soul Sacrifice, the issue with Soul Sacrifice is it's just so much self damage that it just gets kind of cooked. It just gets kind of cooked, is what I would say. Where were we on the train of things? Cortex and Chayula. We just ran at Zeri, it looks like. How would you recover the ES from Castacrit FR? So if we're CI, then we don't take damage, right? That would be the whole situation. Do Pacers work with Pconc? Do they work with Pconc? Maybe. I am not sure. I don't think I've ever thought about that really too long and hard enough to test it. Works with unarmed attacks, right? This is an unarmed attack. Maybe it works. Pconc is not an unarmed attack? It's not? It just requires to be unarmed. Okay. So then no, I guess.
Do you remember dying?
Gem says it is. My goodness, this guy's sparking me to death. Just sold. Sorry, buddy. We're a little bit too late. +1 level, boom! Guys, I need help price checking if you don't mind. Okay, I can help you out, RMX. You go to pathofexile.com/trade and you look for similar items. And then you make up a number based on what you found. Go to Connor's stream? True. I heard Connor's name is literally asking me for price checks. You're on trade, make up a number. Progression for this? I league started it. I posted like 2 update videos already, and I have like 3 POBs in the description of the YouTube stream. Or you can do !Pconc to see the current POB. Always shield. Always shield on the base Cortex. Base Cortex just does not want me to get the goods. Trying to limit my power. What Pantheons for Cassacrit E-Blade? I would do Brine King plus Tukohama, or instead of Tukohama, Ralakesh. If you're dying to bleed, do Ralakesh. Why don't use the MTX for Pconc? Because I don't have it. Should I buy it, guys? Isn't it kind of expensive? Wait, the MTX pauses the... I don't know. Somebody was saying that I'm gonna regret buying it. I just bought your garb, I think. I was the guy sparking. I did see a sparker recently. It will blind you? Okay, I'm gonna just trust chat. I don't want to get if like right now the green looks fine. I don't think the green blinding me. What's the starting budget for EB to feel good? EB? The 5 to 10D gear should feel pretty good. If you watch the video, I showcase the bare minimum setups I'd recommend swapping to Ivory Tower. And I feel like the build feels pretty good for the investment at that point. Like, that amount of investment required for the amount of power you get is better than I think pretty much any other build in the game. And then it just scales from there as you get better pieces in each gear slot. Red Jewel might be worth something. People like Red Jewel, right? Red Jewel is 29 chaos. Okay, people do not like Red Jewel. I was wrong. Nope. Nope, people don't care about Red Jewel.
How's the trail?
Well, you swap to Ivory Tower, depending on gear. Is your gear good? You could swap as soon as you have, like, you know, your level 70 or whatever. If your gear is not good, like if you're just doing like the really budget gear based on like similar to what I showcased, then I'd wait till you're like 90 or something like that. Also, the thing is, like, if you're low level, you're doing white maps, you don't need the character to be super powerful at that point. You could swap earlier and you're like, that's gonna be fine, right? 70 plus quant, and then we Val Orb. 74, we can do better than 74, right? I should have been happy with 74. I should have been happy with 74. I should have been happy with 74. Alright, I'm not gonna trash talk 74 this time, I'm just gonna run it. I swapped with an 83 with 4 div and about a 5 link ivory, and it was pretty strong for 4D. There you go. Rocking and rolling. Just wondering because I rerolled. If you rerolled and you have the money to get the like the baseline setup going, like just send it. Just swap to Ivory Tower right away. That's what I would do, honestly. You're gonna start out a bit scuffed on ES, and that'll pick up significantly as you get levels. Because levels are super important for the build scaling.
Now go retrieve more challenges for the next round.
Elder Exalt, yep. Stacking up our Elder Currency, or our Shaper and Elder Exalts. Another bad roll, Cyclopean. This boot with a pair of with a +1 endurance charge is worthless. Ooh, I wanted to test the synth map. Are you sure the synth map drops garb on the Uber version as well? Or are you messing with me? Cortex, PoE Wiki. Garb can't drop on Uber Elder. I didn't say Uber Elder. I said the Uber version of the synth map. Why don't we have our drop table at this part of the wiki? Where do I have to go to get you to tell me the drop table? Alright, I don't freaking know. I don't want to keep screwing around looking for it. Venarius. Regular version, Garb, non-regular, Nebulous, Circle of Ambition, Apostate, Rational, Mask of the Tribunal. I don't know. Kind of seems like it drops on regular. I just did about 13. It's not a high drop rate. 8%. That's 1 in 12. Going 13 without seeing it isn't particularly a crazy feat.
What secrets are you hiding in that murderous mind of yours?
50 chaos res. Oh no, I got a Cortex with 50 chaos res?
Genius designs hidden
That's
in
disgusting.
Observe.
I farmed a lot in Phorecia League. Ubers, and I got a bunch of them. Are you sure you aren't just getting confused based on running regular Cortex? Memory can be a tricky thing. Listen, I'll be happy to admit you're right if I see somebody dropping it on Uber Cortex, but I am pretty confident it's a regular Cortex drop. Can I share the Cortex kill? Can I share the Cortex kill? No, this isn't a carry service. I'm out here just trying to get myself some beards done. Cortex isn't even like a stone or anything. The Lancing service? Not that either. I'm doing services for others. I mean, I'm down to like A lot of people join for like the Watcher's Eye, or sorry, not Watcher's Eye, like a stone kill, like a Maven or Uber Elder. But for the freaking map favorite slot, nah, you can take the time to get the Cortex when you get around to it. You don't need, that isn't like an immediate unlock that changes a lot of how your character plays. Dude, can we stop with the ground effects? Please. Please have mercy on me. Merc's putting in overtime. It's not the merc, guys. It's not the merc. It's the golems, man. It's the golems. And we got a nebulous. We're after the gouge didn't make it through. No inverted resistance for offhand attacks. I mean, out of all of the different I mean, that one was clearly, that's just one, it wasn't balanced, right? A master that just gives you invert. It's only broken. I mean, as far as masteries go, shield skills still got 10% more attack speed for one passive. That's a lot better than most other builds.
Exile, do something.
How much more damage is this? I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's more damage though. I haven't exactly been like, you know, POVing or keeping track of things. Can we stop with the duped shapers, please? What did he change? I think the person was asking about compared to our ES setup versus our life-based setup we had before.
Spineless creature.
The old can't move. Got wrecked by the Elder Suck. Penance Brand bugged in POB. Feels like 10x the damage. Probably an issue of how you configured your POB. A good chance you're dealing more damage than you have configured on your POB. Would be my guess. Oh, like,
Spineless creature.
dude. So many teach-ins! Maven with dupe on the Uber Elder fight is actually really, really obnoxious.
Life is so brittle.
It's like a triple dupe or something.
A merc for the limelight.
Can't trade you right now, dude. In a bricked arena situation.
Stalk and hunt. Twin terrors.
Garb on the Merc would work on Elder Suck. I have Garb on the Merc. It does not work on Elder Suck as far as I can tell. Oh, you know what it is? You know what I bet it is? It's because I have Maven. I bet what happened is Maven timed the stupid freaking grab your legs garbage during Elder Suck. So I thought it was Elder Suck, but maybe it was just the maybe it was just the Maven grab your leg garbage. That's probably what it was, honestly. You guys know what I'm talking about, like the grasping vines or whatever. Instantly, you can't move. Can I drop like a valuable item? Uber Elder has been giving us diddly squat. But you know, that's not true. We did get that Watcher's Eye before. That one Watcher's Eye did help for a bit there. This is worth 60 chaos. Why is this worth 60 chaos? That's this guy if he still needs. Still need question mark? Take that as a no. Question of E-Blade? What is it? Question. Confused with the Inquisitor build. If I use Ivory Tower with Ruby Flask sustain all the time, do I still need to do Chaos Resistance? So with Core Skating up, what it's doing is it's preventing the Chaos damage from bypassing your ES. So like when you have all your life reserved, you have like 100 life, and you have 10,000 ES or whatever. If you don't have Core Skating on, the enemy only needs to deal like 100 chaos damage to one-shot you, right? Because the chaos damage just bypasses the ES. Core Skating prevents that and says, hey, you need to go through the ES. So now the enemy needs to deal like 10,000 chaos damage to destroy your ES. But then, if you grab chaos resistance, then it would need to deal 40,000. Because, you know, 75 resistance would cut the damage in a fourth, right? So, chaos res still helps your tankiness to chaos damage. The Core Skating just is preventing the bypass, the inbuilt bypass property of chaos damage. So I get the Replica Amulet, what would you use? +2 Chaos or Fury Valve? I'd probably do +2 over Fury Valve, but Fury Valve's good too. And a +2 Chaos Amulet I think is just better. If you like make a +2 with like that multi, I'm pretty sure that's just better than my current amulet. E-Blade notes say blood magic plus eternal youth, but we don't have you eternal youth? Yes, we do. Look at the POB. I got there. GG. Yeah, you forgot to spec eternal youth. Trying to figure out why I use a prayer spell. It's because I found it in Act 3 and then I was too lazy to replace it. There's nothing special about Parandis. It was just a placeholder item, basically. For the love of God, I can't see the reason. There isn't a reason. It's literally... You know, I was thinking there's no way people thought I was using Parandis for a reason. I thought they'd realize it was just some garbage unique that I picked up in the campaign and didn't swap out of, but I guess people will think there's a reason. So I should have swapped out of it sooner, but yeah, it's just not a good belt. I just put it on in Act 3 or whatever and then was lazy about fixing it. And then I killed Uber Shaper. And then I swapped to ES. Okay. We did kill this, right? Yes, we did, okay.
When I'm ready, and not before.
That truce is the only thing holding together. I mean, that's part of it. I was partly like, I don't want to fix res, but it really wouldn't be that hard, right? Really would not be that hard at all to fix res. Am I really gonna bait myself into doing another regular Uber Elder? I keep telling myself I'm gonna get an Indigon drop, but it hasn't happened. The point of the life flask is occasionally it helps me deal damage. I'm probably gonna get rid of it later though. It's not really that consistent. I can't do math. There we go. I have the day 2 gear by your standards for Pconc. What would you says first? Is it Jules then ES swap? Yeah, I'd say Jules then ES swap's a good idea, Dawkin. Jewels then ES swap is a good idea. The Jewels were a very nice upgrade, getting like Primordial Bond. The ES swap is mostly just can you make some decent rares and can you get the five green sockets plus 1 blue. The 5 green 1 blue is kind of a nightmare with the jeweler orb craft. Can't get the Indigon if you stop running. I know, I'm stuck. You need a certain Atlas for Feared? Your Atlas does nothing for Feared. All the fights in Feared are outside. They don't consider your Atlas at all. Cortex, your Atlas passives doesn't affect it. Chayula, same thing. Itzuri, same thing. Shaper, same thing. Elder, same thing. Yeah. If I had no Atlas, I would be getting the exact same results. Do I have a 100% chance to poison? Oh, wait, hold on. We're missing a tattoo. Yesterday, I was at 10k ES. No, I just need to do a tattoo. Hold on.
Hello.
Say hello to 6% more damage, guys. Something's wrong. Something's off. When did I do it, man? When did I do it? When did I randomly start summoning golems and brick my freaking...
When I'm ready, and not before.
Alright. 100% chance to poison. Everything else looks fixed. Is this decent? Veteran Defender 35 strength in? Yeah, that's really good. That's a quite solid cluster. It's a path around the outside angle, I think. Fourteen golems, how is this not a minion build? Because if I stop attacking, enemies stop dying. If I sit around and say, hey golems, start doing damage, they ain't doing damage. That's how it's not a minion build. The golems there are for emotional and moral support. That's what they're there for.
Stalk and hunt. Mortal flesh is so valuable.
Can I get more buffs on the buff bar? We can try. How do you go about crafting shield? Dense fossils. You can also do recombinators potentially. And you could do reforged defense on the suffix. But that's like a 1 in 10 to hit. Lance, should I split my helical before crafting it? I saw your video and they were all split that you're crafting on. Correct, yes. You want to split before you craft. Like if you're reflecting mist, a non-split ring, you just lost yourself half the base of value. Shaper base? Yeah, you dense fossil on a shaper base, yeah. One of these days we'll get the axe. The axe enjoyers. That isn't today, but maybe it will be tomorrow.
How's the trail?
Why not sell the feared carry? Because I think selling carry services is kind of scummy to do as a streamer. I think it's taking advantage of viewers, basically. Only lab carries are ethical? Oh. Hey, got a bottle. Bottle's kind of a rare drop, right? That's the rare Cortex pull. Still no Indigon though. How rare is an Indigon? Vols with the corruption on it is also kind of funny. Bottled Faith. You are worth 1.6 divines. Man, people are not using Bottled Faith this league. What? 150-10. This might be the first time I've ever held a 150-10. If you get better rolls, it goes up? Yeah, I think so. There is not a single 150-10 on trade. There's a 145 for 70. I'm gonna list it for 10. We'll see if we'll see if the 150-10 sells at 10. See if people will pay extra for the 150-10. What's the average of rolling that? 1 in 52? No, 1 in 51. And a 1 in 4. So 1 in 200 bottles, basically. 1 in 204 bottles. Fire Pen is good because people are playing Berserker. All the Berserker Awakened Gems are kind of money. How should I spend 10D if I'm still on a no CI version? I mean, you could start working on assembling the CI gear pieces. Would you entertain my 2D offer for the flask? No thank you. It's a valiant offer, but I'm gonna pass for now. I'm gonna be delusional about my value on the flask for a little bit longer. I'm gonna be delusional on it for a little bit longer. How should I spend my... buy a 150-10 bottle? Yeah. Don't do that. The automation after trade is cringe. That's just like a trade macro program thing, right?
Life is short, dear.
Either say the thank you yourself or don't. Based. Does the hold alt to check how many item you have in inventory work for you guys? No, it's bricked. It's bricked as far as I know. It no works. %90 of my health for my stone golem of safeguarding. The mercs are scary. They are scary. Uh-oh. Hear the horde upstairs running. Grown too powerful. You guys can hear it? Yeah, they're gallivanting about. They're cosplaying as golems. You think that's what they're doing? Preparing. So do we just keep doing feared until we get Indigon, guys? Is that the current angle? Continuous feared until Indigon. Use Golem Helm. How you go without the cannot be poison etc. from Maw helmet. If you notice, I am CI. Poison is chaos damage. CI makes you immune to chaos damage. So you'll notice a bunch of poisons are on my character, but it doesn't matter because I don't take any damage from it because it's all chaos damage. Indigon's only 2D? Wait, it's only 2D? Dude, what the hell? Connor, you're supposed to be doing your job. Why is it only 2D? I thought it'd be worth more, man. I guess people don't have faith in the Mjolnir build, I guess. They just don't believe in it. Like, I'm just salty from how many times I've done Uber Elder without seeing an Indigon. Do you trust a guy named to ask me for price checks? You know what? I guess I wouldn't. I guess I probably wouldn't. It's cheap because it's carry service peak. Yeah, the people running feared rotations are probably actually making money. Did Lance ever pay that guy who he owes money to? I don't owe anybody money. I owed the US government some money for taxes and I paid that, okay? I'm in the clear now. Dodge the art. No, I paid, man. The AoE's good? Dude, it's golems, man. Golems are good. Who would have thought? Oh, wait. I would have thought. Why I logged into Elementalist, I said, that looks tasty. Let's log in. Who else is running Elementalist? I know Pal is. Arrow's an Elementalist believer. Our numbers grow daily. Sci-fi boom me? Hell yeah. That's another one for the Elementalist count. I bet there's some occultists, and I bet there's some oh, what's it called? Necromancers that are also trying to be Elementalists. They're probably trying to steal the jewel. How much do you guys think the jewel's worth? The Legion of the Primordial. It's gotta be like literally the best node out of all the Witch Ascendancy points at this point, right? 15D for a green one? A green one? You mean blue? What do you mean green? Who's gonna tell him? Hate to break it to you, but sir, you may be colorblind. Weird way for the dude to find out he's colorblind. Yeah.
I've never seen anything like this. Defeat it for me. Life is terrible.
170D for both. No, that's no. People have gone crazy. There's no way. That's 170D on day what? 4? People are thinking they're gonna get a Mage Blood of cost on day 4 of the league for FF Jewel. That's honestly so crazy. Hold on, are you messing with me? Forbidden Flesh, Liege. No, here's what's gonna happen. Here's what's gonna happen. No one's buying this for 50D. Here's what's gonna happen. These two are gonna eat each other alive. Right now they think, holy crap, I'm so rich. Like this guy saw this guy's price. He's like, oh, I'll just undercut by 2D and I'll fast sell. And here's what's gonna happen. Over the next day, they're not gonna sell because no one's gonna pay this price. And they're gonna start undercutting each other until they get to like 15 divines and actually sell it for real. Mage Blood is 200D now. Yeah, like Mage Blood actually makes sense for 200D. But an FF Jewel this early? I don't know. Mage Blood 190, that makes sense. An FF combo for 160? That's crazy. Forbidden Flame. You said the blue one was up for... Okay, so no, this guy's super crazy. That is wild. I guess there aren't that many, but it's also just like... Oh, we'll see. Maybe they'll sell. Maybe they'll sell. I don't know. I think they're crazy. People don't find a good way to print T0s. I think people print T0s, right? Why Elementals over Pathfinder? Because I think Elementals is better. That's why. It's really pretty simple. That being said, I should really fix my Awakened Deadly Ailments. I really should. If I am bricking my Fizz Take and As conversion, which is such a nice defensive player, I really should swap my Void Manip for Awakened Deadly Ailments. Are you guys 100% confident the 0 damage Ignite does not count as ignited? Are we 100% certain? I really should swap that over. That Ascendancy is so freaking goated. I'm sure. I mean, it would make sense. I do remember at one point feeling like, man, I think my tank should be better against Fizz. And that would be why, because I got a 6 link, I added Void Manip. That would make sense. I haven't seen a mob with the ignite icon in a long time. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll swap that because we really are just cooking ourselves. Because that Ascendancy is honestly really good too. It would make a lot more sense why Fizz has been hurting so much. Good for clear. I don't like Ice Spear splitting. You don't like Ice Spear splitting? Try Lightning Conduit of the Heavens. That's a pretty good clear skill. How do you solve Corrupted Blood Immunity? How do you solve Corrupted Blood Immunity?
Ahoy there!
You solve Corrupted Blood Immunity by a CB Jewel. Until you get CB Jewel, you can run Pantheon with 5 stacks max. Alright, let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. Is this my cheapest option? This might be my cheapest option. Oh, I don't have Yellow Beast. Oh, no. I don't have Yellow Beast. Horrifying, actually. Video shows all attribute strength rings, but do you recommend strength in for me earlier so I don't just spam rage essence? The video that shows strength all attribute is a that's for Gagarf, which is a strength stat character, which doesn't care about int as much. Int is more of a tier 2 stat. If you're playing E-Blade, strength and int are more equivalent value. Int actually becomes more powerful by the time you get to Simplex, but that's super late game. Before Simplex, they were pretty equivalent value, so a strength int ring is probably better or similar to a strength attribute ring. Probably better, ultimately. Like, if you just have a 2-stat helical, strength int is good. I just hit 1.2 and 1k, and I'm feeling pretty good. Hell yeah, Pegasus. Is there a better way than just spamming rage essences? Nope, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the deal. Am I doing with the best thingy? I don't know what you mean by that. Trading mid boss fight? I mean, hey man, you gotta get in your trades, okay? One of these guys is gonna respond to us, okay? Just trying to. Beast? Oh, Brambleback? Brambleback allows you to level up a gem. So... I have 70? I do have 70. Okay. So it allows me to, how does he have 14 golems? I made a video about it, but it's the last monarch plus anima stone plus 1 horde. What I should be doing is doing this. Beast, Brambleback. What do I actually need? Is 10 correct? Level 2. Level 2. So I need 3, 3, and 4. We'll do 3 for this one too. Well, let's do 6. We'll do 6 total, and then we'll level this, and then once that levels, we'll hit it again. I think that'll be the play. Meshes that guy. Finish the fight. While we're just waiting to see if those guys respond.
This isn't over. This will never be over. I will unify
Humanity. Is this non-CI version enough for Watchstones as Shaper? The non-CI version's enough to do Ubers. We did Uber Shaper on the non-CI version that had like 5 pieces of gear that were 5 CI or lower in value. Roy's 40C, time to reroll? Yo, dude. That's one of the nice things, is like, depending on what's out there, you can make some pretty nice options in terms of rerolls. Six more, please. Oh, shoot. My bad. Message to you guys. Sorry. I got baited into Shield Crush? How's the Shield Crush doing? Oh, that's right. I don't have Yellow Beast. Did they change the alt over currency? Yeah, it's kind of bricked right now. It's kind of bricked right now.
Long day.
It got bugged whenever the last patch was. I miss it so much. Alting over currencies was one of the greatest things ever. How to get decent damage for Energy Blade Penance Brand? Because I'm lacking a lot. You're lacking a lot? If you're lacking a lot, did you forget to turn on Energy Blade? Like the skill, did you forget to activate it? Because like, that's the only way you lack damage on that setup. Most likely, though, in like a more serious answer, it's probably a gearing thing. Depending on like how you set up your character, you might be missing. Like yesterday, Emily was struggling with white maps, and that's because needed to prioritize jewel sockets and stuff like that. Can you stop standing on conk ground for me? Seconds. Shields, Shaper Shield plus Dense Fossils. The other option is, making a rare shield and then shaper exalting 1 in 10 to hit recover on block. The other option is recombinators.
I grew bored already. Go now.
No Indigon. No Indigon. Memory strands for profit. Buy an item with high memory strands, dense fossil, until you hit T2, 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 and then make it triple T1. That's what I think you should do. This guy, message this guy. What do I need? Not dense fossil again? Everything goes to dense fossil? Well, I mean, a lot of valuable gear is body armor, helmet, gloves, stuff like that. Alright, so we'll get our awakened gems all leveled up now. We should be fixing our fizz conversion. I need to get some yellow beasts real quick. I have my joke atlas, right? $70 points. Go put B share on this real quick, just so I can get.
Ahoy there!
Helmet's dope, Thief? Yeah, it is. Helmet is good. Can recommend. Alright. Where was I? Just make it so I have all the bestiary nodes clicked real fast, like. Einhar. Red beast have chance to pair. Einhar. Einhar. How's that for Einhar? Maps contain Einhar. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's get some really basic layout that I can just sprint through. Speaking of, let's favorite some maps. What maps do we want to favorite on our Alice that we don't have favorited yet? Silo? I don't know if I like Silo that much. Silo's okay, I guess. Park, dude. It's been a while since we've had Park. Dude, I can do Park Mesa. Oh, this is gonna be me the entire league. Park Mesa. Oh, I can ping pong Park Mesa. That's so much better than Dry Sea. I remember Jungle Valley. I like Park more than Jungle Valley. I like Mesa more than Jungle Valley too. The thing about Jungle Valley is it has a bunch of like trees that like block your attacks sometimes. I don't know. Jungle Valley kind of like it has the boss that like spawns in slowly, and I like to kill bosses. Basilica for div cards. Yeah. We'll scribe Basilica onto like Park or Mesa. That sounds nice, honestly. Spiked Gloves of the Conquest, Culling Strike. What the heck is that? Yeah, definitely need to scry over the park map stuff. Beach Toxic Sewer. My problem with Toxic Sewer is it's a dark map. So if I want to play a low life build, I'm instantly not having fun. It has issues with that specifically. All right, we need 4 plus 3 plus 3, which means we need 10. Which means I bought one more than I need, actually. So I should sell this back. But that means we need about 30 yellow beasts. What's the verdict on recombinations? I haven't gotten to test it yet. Recombination testing is kind of like I need some money to be able to like waste, you know? I've been more busy with like upgrading my character and stuff like that. Kind of the dealio. Gloom Shrine do feel good. Hey, Abomination map. I don't want to go back to crafting pre-Recombinator like it's medieval times. You are not alone, okay? I also don't want to go back to crafting like it's pre-medieval times, but at the same time, we kind of have to make do. We kind of have to make do, you know what I mean? I was about to sell myself. Yeah, I'll think about getting Awakened GMP. Lol. 40 divines. Nope. Nope, never mind. We don't need Awakened GMP for this build. I remember checking earlier, and it was like 12 divines, like yesterday or something. I was like, man, maybe I can afford that. I guess not. I guess not. Desecrated Virtue. What are you gonna get, man? You gonna link it to us? Keep us in suspense. Wicked Fire Pen? Hey, that's actually popular with the Berserkers.
I eagerly await your decision.
How do you res cap on E-Blade? Flasks and jewels is usually where you get your res. You want to make sure on most of your rare gear, like your body armor and your boots, gloves, rings, you want to be prioritizing stats first on those items. So a little bit of res from flasks, a little bit of res from jewels goes a long way, like an all res roll. The reasoning behind that, by the way, is why it's like better to get res on a jewel than it is to get res on a like a glove or a boots or something. Is I like to look at like the total affix power on a given item slot, and for example, on a pair of, let's say, do I have 4? Nah, just 1. Let's say on a pair of gloves, you can roll up to 55 intelligence, and that's 1 suffix slot. On a pair of, or for res on a pair of gloves, you can roll up to 48 res, right? Whereas on a jewel, a suffix slot can roll 10 all res, which is 30 res. That guy just gave me 50 C. You owe me 20 C. Yo, what the hell? Hey. So on a pair of gloves, a suffix, you can roll a higher int roll than you can on a res roll, right? But on a jewel, it's 30 versus 16. So it's more res per suffix slot on a jewel. So anyways, point is, you get more value on a suffix for attribute on gear pieces versus jewels, you get more value on it with res. So if you have to choose between getting your res on a jewel versus your res on the gear slot, you want it on a jewel. I bought a 15 CDR, 31 avoid, elemental ailments, 55 int boots with an open prefix to craft me for 5C. Hell yeah. That seems like a good purchase in these. We're about to go... We have some decent currency. We should upgrade. We should start upgrading our kind of trash pieces of gear we were lazy about yesterday. I think it might be time to get the, to start getting the reverse chill a little bit more popping off. What do you guys say? Who's with me on plan? Start getting the reverse chill to be more respectable. What do you guys feel about elevated elemental ailment effect and tailwind? Thoughts on that?
I killed the ones who tamed me. Choose quickly. End of the line. I lost. That means
How'd you craft a helical for E-Blade? Scorn Essence until T1 Strength or Int, then Fracture, then Essence for your stats. You missed? I would just do a 2-stat casual Bree. I would do Strength Int, 2-stat, and send it. And then when the missed, I would 5-1 and go again, you know? That sort of thing. A 2-stat helical will beat a Reflected, will beat a 5-stat ideal, generally. And it's much easier to craft, on average, in my opinion, a 2-stat Reflected. Once you start talking about fractures, your cost is going to go up. Watch the RF video, the RF Scion video, and skip to the part where I'm talking about helical crafting. The information I go over in that section of the video is 1-to-1 how you craft helicals no matter what build you're playing. But for E-Blade, I would go Strength Int, or if you want to go full DPS, you could go like Int Crit Multi, or if you want to go somewhere settle in between, you know, Int all attribute or Strength all attribute. But I think the balanced approach would be Strength plus Int. That'll give you the most tank plus decent DPS, but Crit Multi will give you the most DPS. And if you want to go try hard, you can go for a 3-stat with Crit Multi, Strength, and Int, but that's when you start asking for everything. You can only get mods, then you can fracture and get the same mods again. Only one div? Heck yeah. Nice, bleed immune, sick. I checked for bleed immune, but there weren't any when I was looking at them earlier. Bleed immune's awesome. People playing Bestiary are probably printing.
Make your damn
Moldish,
choice.
like. Wait, I didn't check his auras. What if that guy had good auras? Guess I'll never know. Gotta buy Mist before they jump to 12D. They're not jumping to 12D for at least another week. I think you got time. They could even go down. What do I need right now? Those are actually expensive. All right, screw that. Not trying to farm Bestiary right now. I'm not in that mode. I saw that when Bestiary were 30 and 12 respectively, I decided to pass. I mean, it's still probably, even at those prices, it's still really good money. If Bramblebacks are 70C each, you know, I don't know what matrons are. I don't know what Morgans. I think are probably, you know, at least 3-4D, probably because of 6 links. Like, Bestiary is actually a really good currency per hour strategy. We learned that from the we played it in Pox League 1 and Freesia, I think. We did it in both of those, and it was very good currency both times. I just bought a Bleed Immune Ice Fang for 5C. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. Yeah, if you get Bleed Immune from your Ice Fang, that's sick. Bleed and Ignite Immune on Ring Corruptions is really, really nice.
The judgment is yours to make. Prove your worth. Take it then.
Yours Infinus? Nope. Mine is just regular, and it just has. Make sure it's res capped. Make sure you have like a res capped. If it's not res capped, then that probably will die. But res capped, I've been doing T17s, and it died maybe, I don't know, 15% of the time with some really rippy T17 mods with A-bomb, which is like the worst of T17s in terms of rippiness. Does Tempered by War stack if you get the Keystone twice? No. Flaming Charlatan. Hey, he's got the Wave of Conviction skill I want to play with. We're gonna make a build with that for sure too. Feels pretty cool looking, if you ask me. You over your merc gear anywhere? I could just show you what it is right now. Merc gear on my character is Garb the Ephemeral for crit immunity and action speed protection. Probably the best in slot for, you know, whatever build you want to play for the most part. Outside of cheesing free damage from Doriani. Shaper Seed, super cheap, gives you regen, gives your dude regen, helps him survive a bit better. Leercast gives me generic damage, corrupted with % regen, helps it regen. Temp Chains, +1 curse from Doidry, so if you want to include an extra curse in your build without adding +1 curse in your build, this is a way to do it. Just get a +1 curse somewhere, and then get the curse on hit. Dying Breath makes enemies have increased curse on them. Some res boots, calms binding for fizz conversion, and a res ring. How does the invert rune work with SST? It's not real. The invert rune was fake data mine. Probably something that they thought about adding, and they're like, nah, it's way too unbalanced. Then they didn't add it. But it was still in the package when it got data mined. So it was on PUDB, even though it wasn't real. Lane's upset about Doriani's prototype. I wouldn't say upset. I just think it's not balanced, right? Basically, I don't like it because it limits build creativity. Because it's pretty much just like, if I don't click Doriani's prototype on an elemental build, I'm being stupid, you know? Like, it's so good, it means you should be playing Lightning. It's the same reason I didn't like Adorned. Are the dudes affected by your aura? Yeah, they're basically like just considered allies. Am I being stupid because E-Blade does enough damage without it? It would do more damage with it. You should probably fit it in. Ralakesh was like that too. I don't agree about Ralakesh. I would agree in terms of Ralakesh on a budget. Like, because Ralakesh got cheap enough where if you're at a certain price point, it's just, you should be using it. So minion build is like 20 golem. This is not a minion build. Why do people keep saying that? You're enjoying the mercs? I like them. Golem and Totem rhyme. Do they though? You recommend your minion build? It's not a minion build. Not a minion build. What can I do to fix my crit chance for cast crit E-Blade? More int. Oh, fix crit. Sorry, int is accuracy, crit is whichever one's your lowest. It has more minions than some minion build. They're not minions, okay, they're golems. Different. Also, minion builds have the minions do damage. I'm the one doing the damage. Therefore, not a minion build. No, I was so close. Okay, I need to do one more map. What does it say on the gem tag? Listen. If melee players can go around pretending that, you know, Volcanic Fissure of Stanking isn't a melee skill, or whatever it is, the definition they wanted to rewrite every time they were trying to pretend melee was bad, then I can pretend that golems aren't a minion. It's not a melee skill because it has projectiles. No, it's not a melee skill because it travels off screen. No, it's not a melee skill because it's good.
It's part of the craft.
Stop poking holes in my reason to complain. You know what I mean? It's a good time to switch to Tyree Tower on self-cast, the E-Blade. When you have the base level gear similar to what I showcased in the video for the minimum recommended to swap. Gear looks similar to that stuff. You're probably good to go. I swapped and I bricked my character? Uh-oh. Not a good sign. I guess that's a reason for being the better safe than sorry. Like, gear more than recommended. I'm missing Aura? Oh, you're probably missing Eternal Blessing, Bira. If your reservation's messed up, you're probably missing Eternal Blessing. Eternal Blessing gives you a free reservation. Reservation Mastery. I guess the self-cast version have the Reservation Mastery. Self-cast version might have the Reservation Mastery. Would you swap out of RF leveling around level 60-ish? Because that's around when I got the jewel. There's a bit of a scuff swap because I didn't quite have enough gold. I spent too much gold gambling, so I didn't have enough really to fully respec. So it's kind of like a little bit of a cooked swap, but Pconc's so OP it didn't really matter. Right.
Godslayer.
How hard is it gonna be for us to beat this pair of boots? This pair of boots isn't really that good, right? Warlock boots. Quality. Missing Arch Ammo, I think you put it on the POB or I deleted it. So are you good reservation now? What'd you say is the best Castigar overall spell, mapping bossing? I liked Awaken Cascade with Bladefall, but you don't do Bladefall unless you have Awaken Cascade. Does the sword damage scale my EB? No. Unless you're playing an attack-based EB. But if you're playing Battle Mage, Caster, it's not going to help you. Winter's probably best for damage. Should I split these? Should maybe split this. What is the value of a Fennel Plague Arachnid? 24C, I should split it. Why am I not doing a hybrid pair? Because I'm not trying to cook my ES by getting lower ES arbitrarily. Should I replace Awaken Void for Deadly Ailments? Yep, we just made the swap. I completely forgot about Void Manip bricking Ignite, and I was wondering, because basically I didn't get Void Manip until my 6th link. I was wondering, it felt like I was taking more damage to Fizz than I should have been, and that was why. No prediction on the craft. This is gonna be easy. Come on, guys. This is gonna be in and out. It's gonna be in and out. 0 difficulty, guys. 0 difficulty. Believe in the dream here, guys. Believe in the dream. I might need another pair. Let's put that to the back. Okay. Go ahead, Regal. Oh, wow, I got ailment effect right away. Buy order for dominance. I'll buy those at that price. Okay. How hard is this gonna be for me to hit? This isn't gonna be hard at all, right? Boots. Ints. I can just do Reforge Fizz, right? Just hit gain every time. Ailment effect. 35 to 40. Fizz. There's no other Fizz tag. I can literally just do Reforge Fizz repeatedly.
Ahoy there!
I don't know why I'm typing physical here. Life force. What's it doing? There we go. Quartercraft station is close to where we need it. Physical Reforge should hit gain every time. Correct. So I just click this until I see ailment effect, and then I elevate. This should be pretty straightforward, right? Pretty straightforward. Just clicking a little bit of Reforge Fizz until we see ailment. And then we elevate. I see that your 4-year-old video about crafting 2+1 scepter looks to be in Harvest League. I'm guessing that there's a better way. +2/1 scepter in Harvest League for what build? Chaos Wand. I think it's if it's a fossil video about a Chaos Wand from like Sanctum League or whatever. That's still a fossil combination to do that. Well,
What have you?
Cold gems, no. Had a lot of other good mods though, in Chaos Res, everything. There it is. Well, it's T2. Never mind. Gotta keep looking. Cannot work with T2. Another T2 roll. Another T2 roll. We hit on the second reforge. GG, dude. People are buying T16 canyons for 10C. Don't ask me why, man. I couldn't tell you why. Maybe it's popular for some specific type of farm or something. I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend to say I know why they're doing it, because I don't.
Ahoy there.
That parts are pretty weird early. Yeah, it just depends who's all selling and what's available and all that sort of stuff, right? I'm getting annihilated here, actually. Oh, what the hell's going on? I don't feel so good. Maybe I shouldn't have attempted this craft. Maybe this was a mistake. There it is. There it is. T1 ailment effect. Now we're just gonna elevate that real. Dang it! Curse you, boots! I'm getting outplayed, man. I'm getting outplayed by the boots. T2 again.
Hello, hello, hello.
Didn't even have time to alk LFG. Yeah. I don't even want to think about how many 30 chaos amounts we've thrown away. It's too painful. All right. This time for real. Just quick elevation. Dang you, stupid boots! The hell is this?
Hello.
All right. No more games. No more games. Quick elevation. Quick and easy elevation. Ailment effect to T1. Without any doubts in my mind. It's time you're due. Mm-hmm. Yep, something like that. The good news is we're missing elevations when Maven Orbs are 70C, not when they're 4 Divines, right? So that's the upside. Missing Maven Orbs when they're 4 Divines, holy, does that hurt way more. That is a T2. Can't use that. There we go. Ah! Phone call.
What have you got for me?
All right, one second, guys. I'm gonna go help my wife. Oh, come on! No, no. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. What is this, man? 4 in a row? This is rigged! Okay, it's rigged. I'll be back. I'll be back. That's rigged. Okay, I'm back. Snacks? No, there's no snacks, guys. There's no snacks. Okay, I can explain. So what happened was stealing candy from kids. No. That's not what happened. My wife took the kids out on a little bike ride, and Nolan's pedal broke, so I went to pick him up with the car. His bike got a little bit messed up. No snacks? Yes, no snacks. There are no snacks acquired. That being said, how am I not finished with these boots? Specifically, the part where my boots have elevated ailment effect.
What have you got?
Where is that? Payback for the shield craft. You know what? That's kind of true. I do kind of deserve this a little bit. I just found 2 Parandus Brazens. Holy crap, I'm rich. No one tell him how much they're worth. No, he doesn't need to know. He's too young. He's too young. He doesn't need to know. Old spam, subscribe change, imprint, reforge, crit, guaranteed redeemer mod. Crates just are only 25C last time I checked. There are multiple things wrong with what you're saying right now. Okay. So number one is, I don't want alt spam. Number 2 is, this method I'm doing is perfectly freaking fine if I don't lose 5 Maven orbs in a row. This would be arbitrarily just faster outside of god tier awful RNG, which is currently what I'm experiencing. The only reason this is going the way it is just because I missed multiple times in a row. How'd you craft your current rares? Dense Fossil, slammed a Shaper Orb on an already decent prefix shield. And these things, don't even look at these things. They're just horrible. Those are dense fossils too, but they're like super settles because I was completely broke at the time. Which is why we're making upgrades now. Do you think Dark Monarch is gonna be the final item in this build? Yeah, I think it's a final best in slot for basically any Elementalist build. I like it a lot, honestly. Okay. And boom. How? How is it going like this? 5 times in a row? Let me count that up right now. That says 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. 32 guys in a room. I'm the only one who got screwed. This is rigged.
What have you got for me?
This is... Where is justice? Was it recorded? No. Well, technically, it was just on live stream right now. It just happened. You just witnessed it. There's 32 other guys crafting my boots. 31 other guys crafting the boots, and they have all finished their boots by now. How do you get the Abyssal Jewel on E-Blade? You buy a one-handed weapon that has an Abyssal socket, or you use a Hollow Fossil on a one-handed weapon. And then when it turns into E-Blade, it keeps the socket. The best method to craft your chest? Dense fossil. Dense fossil. Whenever you're crafting a ES piece of gear, dense fossil's the answer. Very, very consistently the answer. Can I make a Giga Chad Dark Pack build? Not planning on it right now, but maybe later in the league I get a desire to do so. Oh, the sockets? Yeah, you do the 3-4 socket. You do the socket recipe on bench until you get a green socket type of thing.
Ahoy there!
T2. I'm so frustrated right now. Always highlighted. Will I be able to see a clear difference? Or has the border because it's a currency I can use, right? No, I hate this. I hate this. Turns out I hate this, actually. Nope. Nope, not in the mood right now. Not in the mood for that.
Ahoy there!
My blood is like it's coming to a boil right now in this situation. It should have been such an easy elevated mod to hit. Such little effort. 5 misses later on a 50-50. Do you know any tech to fully unlink a 6-linked item? I want to use a rune graph, the jeweler on Aziri's rule. How to fully unlink it? Get lucky. Click fusings until you do. I don't think it's as rare as a 6-link, but it's pretty rare. So help me God. I am going to lose my mind. How? How am I doing it? I am so freaking dicked right now. This is such bull. It's such absolute garbage. 50-50. You.
Godslayer. Ahoy there!
It could be worse. You could be transient Exemplar's Vigilance, you know? Yeah, I guess, yeah, you're sure. Right. It could be worse.
Ahoy there! Nothing. Hello, hello, hello.
You stupid pair of boots! 7 50-50s in a row. 7! This is so stupid. I started out with like 50,000 gold, and I'm losing all my gold to having to trade this much with Faustus. You're kidding me. Stupid freaking. Her chance on the Castle Crit Lancy says 57%, but on the POB it says 80%. Do you know why? Do you have power charges? Do you have Assassin's Mark on the enemy? I don't know, man. I'm not here to tell you how to configure POB. I think you should say, hey, I don't have crit cap. Let me get more crit. Looking in POB ain't gonna change how much crit you have. Only thing's gonna change how much crit you have is you need to log in and start upgrading your gear. If you want me to teach you a masterclass on POB, that's not what I play this game for. Lance failing 7 50-50s is a 0.78% chance. Oh, yeah. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. 128 guys in a room, and I'm the only one that got screwed. Clearly lucky from that perspective. I am not. This is not lucky. Lance angered the boot wizard. So help me. So help me. Thank you. Was that so hard? My word. The amount of currency that costs to get to that, like, I don't even like. Birthday cake milkshake from El Bean? Yeah, I'm down. That sounds great. Alright. I think we need to turn our divines into chaos orbs, but I can't because I'm so baroque. Even that's too much gold. Even that is too much gold for me to properly liquidate. Oh no. Swore I wasn't going back to A-bombs, but desperate times, man. Desperate times. I was going to craft a boot upgrade, but I literally am out of gold and I can't interact with trade without gold. And I lost it to elevating freaking ailment effect. Holy, how did I go from 50k gold and just trying to get elevated ailment effect and I can't craft my boots anymore because I'm already out of gold. This is...
Choice, after all, is part of the craft. You make my finest.
How are people finding divines with this? Anyone got any like tips and tricks? I just did this on the wrong atlas. Well, say hello to me getting one fragment guaranteed. What's our damage? Pretty good. Most damage I'm getting right now, though, is psychological. Psychological damage is what I'm getting. You know what I should do? I should grab a Nemesis Scarab. And grab some adversaries. Get some gold in the map real quick. Recuperate my sanity. Yeah, 2 hits from merc so far. First in a Axe6, second in a T5 map. I've gotten 0 divines from mercs. I've clicked on them in basically every zone. Servers acting up for anyone? They always are. Color body. Blonking to make the initial sockets white, or do green recipe to make 2 first sockets green, and then you do 2 socket, 3 socket, 2 socket, 3 socket, 2 socket, 3 socket, and you do that until you get a green. 3 socket, 4 socket, 3 socket, 4 socket, repeat that all the way until you have 5 greens, or a couple whites in a green, and then 6 socket. How bad is it defense? 8% defense is about a 1 in 4 to 1 in 5, roughly. Of course, I dropped the unit. Give it to our dude.
Why, hello.
So wait, guys, chat link 2 mirrors. Yeah, there's people getting 2 mirrors, and then there's everybody else getting nothing.
Oh.
Here's the plan. Nemesis. Buy some of those. Gonna buy adversaries. Going to buy that's it. Just this.
Hello, hello.
Are there any other scarabs that could give us a little bit of quant right now? Hunted Traders. Hunted Traders is a classic. Maybe pack size.
Hello, hello.
Highest I've seen for single merc is 5 chaos. I've seen, I think, like 8 chaos. I think like a stack of like 4 and a stack of 4 type of thing, you know, like a double stack of chaos. I'm not a believer in the mercs right now. Like I've been clicking them every time, but the amount of currency I've made for mercs is like a grand total of like 100 chaos. And I've spent multiple hours total on them at this point. Oh, mercs is you skip them, you lose renown. I'm not skipping them. I'm just killing them when I see them. The dudes seem like pretty dang rare as well. The infamous dudes. Like those guys don't show up very often. The way to view your renown, when you run into the dude, you can like hover the top right and it says if you have max renown, I think. Basically, if it's like the 3 sword icon, pretty much. I'm definitely noticing, now that we went to Deadly Ailments, I'm definitely noticing the fire effect on dudes, so... The Ignite was, in fact, not working before. You guys were right. You guys were right. How much invested? I put about 20 divines into it at this point. People have greatly inflated the FF jewels, though. The FF jewels, which I bought for about 2D each, are people relisted at like 14 or something crazy. Makes you feel like you're obligated to do something even though you get no loot 99% of the time, yeah. Not a great feeling. You know what else is not a great feeling is losing contact with the realm. The classic. My portal's gone. My map gone. Alright, Cali. It's been good and all, but I think it's time we relocate. Back to Texas! The Californians are long gone and they're screwing up my server instances. It cost me 1D for Tailwind boots. I do kind of want it. What would you use for starting gear? I have multiple day updates. So if you look at my day 1 gear, you can look at really cheap gear. If you want to look at my day 2 gear, it's also life-based cheap gear. This is the day 3 gear of the league. You can look at the exact progression of the character. I made, if you're curious. I really want to see what it looks like. Alright. Let's see how we do. Tailwind, ailment effect. Please don't give me a bad third suffix. Let's find out. We got cold res. Nice. Honestly, that's a big win. And it rolled perfect ailment effect. Oh, thank goodness. We've been saved. Not too shabby. I wanted to buy yellow beasts right now. What's the cost of yellow beasts?
What have you got?
So that's gonna break strength and int. Realistically, I need to fix my mastery for 40% defense too. Who in their right mind sells yellow beasts for 2C each? I don't know. Crazy people. They exist, man. They're real. Not enough gold. I lost the Maven fragments too? Ah! I just did a T set. Do I get my map back? Frick. What? Yes. Screw you, California! Yeah, freaking. Dang it, I need to go run another T17 to fix my gold again. Oh, this freaking sucks. That's, you know, that's what I get for not instantly porting out. Give me a map that doesn't suck. Ziggurat's kind of cool, right?
And my axe.
My axe. Yo, Karma Command, appreciate the sub, man. 61 months later, I'm trying out the Castigrade E-Blade build. I wanted to use Cyclone, but I'm being interrupted when I cast. Did Cyclone Castigrade change in the past? I can't remember when I played Cyclone Castigrade. Karma Commando! The reason you're getting interrupted is an unfortunate situation with Wrathpith. So what happens with Wrathpith is it does the sacrifice 10% life thing. The game briefly registers that you have 1 life, and it says, okay, you're not allowed to Cyclone. You can't channel. So it interrupts you on the proc with Wrathpith. So in order to get around that, you have to swap out of Wrathpith, or you have to just do Lancy Seal Sprain, basically. Those are your kind of your 2 options. Swapping out of Wrathpith might sound like a big damage downgrade, but it's not actually that much of a damage downgrade, by the way. Because if you swap to an ES shield with +2 supports, you end up getting a lot more ES that makes up for the loss in percent damage scaling. Like if you have a double ES, like you know, let's say you have a 400 ES shield, like T1 ES, T1 ES, and then +2 supports, which I think is about a 400 ES shield. That'll give you like another couple thousand ES more than you normally have. But that's kind of what you have to do. If you want to do Cyclone Cast on crit, you can't have Wrathpith because it'll do that awkward stun interruption thing, and it's super annoying. I actually kind of forgot about that because I was showcasing Lancy Seal Spray, and I completely forgot about that Cyclone gets interrupted because of Wrathpith. So I didn't mention that because I spaced on it, and then people were asking me about it the past couple days, and I was like, oh yeah, because I did remember like briefly way back when I did Cast on Crit with Wrathpith, and it would do that. I just had forgotten about it because it's been long enough. I saw that dropping Blood Magic and using Arrogance on some auras, Inspiration, and Main Link. I mean, I think it'd be better to keep Blood Magic and to do the +2 support shield instead. Super question, how do we get Energy Blade to work in PoE? Seems to have an issue, and the only solution I can see is about a beta branch for PoE. Make E-Blade work, you mean in PoB? I don't know, man. I'm the wrong person to ask about PoB. I'm the wrong person to ask. These guys will sell me 4-to-1 at a div. I could trade that too. No, they won't. They want scammo price for div. Okay. I can't buy chaos. to buy a proper amount because I don't have gold because my map got the... Should I use a life res amulet? No. You should use a plus level amulet with dot multi is what you should go for. If you find an amulet that has dot multi, attribute, res, like something like that, use a bristle matron. That'll give you suffix can't be changed. Do reforge chaos. That will give you +1. And then benchcraft life if you're on the life version, or benchcraft percent ES. So dot multi, +1. That will give you a decent outcome in terms of damage. That is definitely not changed for 1D, but okay. Getting slightly schematic. Alright. Gonna get some gold. Get some gold. I'm not gonna suffer anymore. Heal question, why do you multi-mod minimum charge plus all attribute? Does that make it more likely to keep strength in positive? Love the streams? Thanks, man. If you have strength and int, the reason for having... You couldn't even multi-mod attribute and minimum endurance charge in that case, because you're talking about 5 suffixes. You've invented a 5 suffix ring. It's 4 suffixes. The example in the video was showcasing just doing strength and multi-modding attribute plus min endurance. And the reason I gave in the video was because min endurance, if it goes negative, is not a bad thing. Multi-mod, if it goes negative, is not a bad thing. And the attribute craft is close to as good as the T1 attribute craft. The idea is you want 2 stats where if they go positive together, big win. And all the other stats on the ring, if they go negative, do not hurt your character. Because you need to make sure you aren't losing value from the other stats that go negative.
Hello, hello.
Same league start not viable anymore? Nope, it's still viable. You can do it. All right, let's try this again. We're gonna run some maps. We're gonna get some gold, and I'm not gonna have this thing where I have to interact with trade in the most worst way possible because I don't have gold to trade. It's gonna be magical. Especially when Pconc, if you're curious about the character setup. I actually, Discord Kitten, thanks for the 2 gifted subs, man.
Death will never come for me.
Pelico plus speed try is a little bit crazy. Get a Lyra? Do I have a Lyra? Right now I do. Just in case I randomly get DC'd. Just in case. They would have the Mana Gagarf POV for me? Mana Gagarf? Me from like Necropolis League? I mean, you can look up the YouTube video. There should be a POV in the description, right? Curious about that version of the build.
Get one first. The choice is yours.
Sangomancer, great. The dude who's gonna literally... Can't wait to get one shot by Fizz.Oro.
Let's not drag this out. Know your place.
Alright, cool. We didn't get hit. We're fine. Why is he so refusing? Still in 6 link? I regret not going for the bench. I mean, the risk you take, right? not doing the bench. I'm pretty over doing the spam fusings for 6 linking. I guess the quality of life they added to have like the auto link feature when you just hold down shift or whatever. But even then though, I still just end up using like bristle matrons or whatever. This league we did bristle matron for ours. Friend of mine used to have 5.6k fusings for his this league. Dang. How much salt did your friend pile up after that fiasco? How bad was it? How broken was he? Pantheon for E-Blade. I would do Brine King Tukohama or Brine King Ralakesh probably.
Get on with it. Time to bang me again.
Yikes.
I need more mana.
Maybe Jarthus does workish with Spell Echo if you have Restoration. The clear, however, is questionable. Yeah, you brick the AoE on it too much. Maybe just don't go Spell Echo on it then in that case, is what I'd probably say. If it bricks its AoE, it probably isn't worth it, right?
Death will never come. More.
Got a little Pconc or bounce for level 12? Yeah, you could. If you have Twink gear, you should be fine. If you have Twink gear, you should be A-okay. Pconc or bouncing is a really OP skill. Didn't really have issues in the campaign. They stole my grab away from transportation. Yeah, I heard there's some new mechanics with where they yoink the dudes you have in the safe houses. I wouldn't invest in Doriani's, but I fear the nerf is coming. That is I think a reasonable fear to have. I'm hoping they nerf it just because it's gonna feel too mandatory, but we'll see. This might just be the league where every character has to wear Doriani's. That'd be super boring, so I hope that's not going to be the case, but that is possible. Yeah, I feel way tankier now that we got the Fizz conversion mod back. We definitely were cooking ourselves. with the Void Manip. My gut thinks it's here to stay, yeah. It would be possible. They should restart the league as well? Why would they do that? Trickster Smile plus Dawnbreaker on the merc. Isn't Trickster Smile just setting res to 0? There's a big difference between that and minus 200, right? One's like one's like a, you know, like 2 items to get like 50% more damage, and the other's like 1 item to get, you know, 6x the damage if you're considering Trickster Smile worth 50% more, right? Remember when Explode Totem was mandatory? Hey, here's the thing about Explode Totem, though. That was a specific skill. You know? It only affected the fact that it was just a very strong option for the price, right? Doriani's affects every build that has a choice to be elemental in the game. And it ends up being, should I be a fire version, a cold version, or the version that does 6x the damage? Or the cold fire build puts on Admiral. I mean, that's not gonna feel good. Your chest slot's super valuable. I feel like you put on Admiral and you might as well sign your defenses away for the most part. Chest piece might be the most important defensive slot on the entire character. Probably is. Got Awakened Ellie from a map boss? Hey, that's worth something. Congrats on your newfound cash. I hope LS becomes the most played skill again. It won't. Not good enough after the nerfs. Ain't no way. So might as well remove perk walls and string, those are OP too. Not in the way that Doriani did. Guys, there's a big difference between like a 6x multiplier and a 1.3 multiplier. Perk rolls is a 1.3, yeah. Not remotely close at all. I'm gonna get in all the abuse while I can. Expedition even good anymore to run for a strat? Trying to figure out what the best to run on RF. RF Expedition's pretty good. I just don't want to run out of gold, man. I want to finish these boots. I just don't want to run out of gold. Dog in chat's scoping pretty hard. They always are. You know what this kind of reminds me of? This. It's not even close to the same because the six socket Squire was way more unbalanced. But there were people unironically during that whole thing that were like, realistically thought that, yep, this is legit, we should have this. They were walking around with their 6-link Squires, and they're like, this is how this should be. Do we get Dorianis being OP? Well, the thing about the Dorianis being OP is, the merc shouldn't survive, but it easily survives. That's the thing. Like, if you're going to put it on your merc should be repeatedly dying type of thing, right? But it doesn't. They're way overtuned in terms of tank, so it doesn't matter.
Get one shot at this. Choose wisely. Our witnesses get Choose.
Like, there's a reason people don't use Dorianis that much in the base game, because it's usually a really hard downside to deal with. And players have options like tempered by flash and other ways to convert damage away from lightning. Mercs don't have that, right? Mercs have basically a Grey Wolf. Is there one option you can put on them? Gonna buy my Zig maps in bulk? Probably not. Kinda getting tired of the phases of Zig. Too much stalling on this boss, I think. Waiting for Katarina to do the whatever Katarina does for 5 phases. Too many.
Death will never come.
Other solution is they just disable it rather than making the mercs die map. Yeah, that's the thing. If they make the mercs squishier, then regular mercs not wearing Dorianis might just be dying. But then if the yeah, we'll see what they do. I kind of think they're not gonna do anything. What do you? I think they might just let it be, and then it's just gonna be a league where if your build isn't running Dorianis on the merc, then lol. I think it's gonna be one of those. People buying Vile Bastion for 20D? I have no idea. That seems high to me, though. Like, I like Vile Bastion, don't get me wrong, but 20D seems pretty high at this point in the league. That's a price I could understand, like, a couple weeks in the league when you got, like, a decent amount of Divines to your name, but 4 days into the league seems crazy to me. Hey, we got the bone helmet. What are you worth now that you've been outclassed? 4 divines? Really? Is this competitive with Dark Monarch? +4, 1 per Spectre for Ghastly. I guess maybe it's competitive. Does this have specters on it? Due to the Abyssal Sockets, it's better? Okay. I guess your baseline amount of specters you get is not necessarily that high, right? +2, yeah, you get the +2, and then maybe you only get 4 baseline specters to begin with. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Is Thunderfist worth something? Main builds really like Abyssal Jewels. I like Abyssal Jewels. Abyssal Jewels are just good, man. Alright, one more map, and then we'll finish crafting the boots, and hopefully we're going to be good on gold for a while. And I won't be complaining about having to interact with trade. I'm running a 60% reduced flash charge. It feels okay on core skating. Pretty much anything that's like less than 80% reduced flash charge will feel fine in a normally mapping scenario. You have to like respect how many charges you get from killing monsters, right? You killing monsters, you one-shot the boss really fast. You're not gonna have time to run out of your flask in those situations. If you get to like 80% plus, then it starts getting to the situation where you're like basically getting no charges from monsters, right? In which case you have to clear the map in like 30 seconds or whatever. Corruptor mercs, they're strength only. Yep. I ran into one a couple maps ago, I'm pretty sure. Frost Ambusher. What does a guy gotta do to get someone infamous to show up? I know people are getting multiple mirrors. I think they need to buff the mercs. On average, they just don't feel good to like loot or fight.
Death will never come.
I need to buff SSF Sanctum, Ellie. You played SSF Sanctum? Sanctumin out in here. I got my 3rd div today for mercs. Hey, you know what? You know, if you're getting lucky, cool. But once you start getting the average experience of mercs like everyone else, where it's you do 200 in a row, and the average loot is 1 chaos, you're gonna start thinking differently, my friend. Trust me, you're gonna start thinking differently about the mercs. Because I've easily done 300 of those guys, and my best loot was like 8 chaos. And I'm not cowarding at any point. I'm fighting them every single time. And I can't choose to walk away if it's bad loot, because it'll mess up my renown or whatever, right? So I have to take the time, even if it's like a one alteration freaking win, you know? You get transmute orbs? Yeah. I've literally, that happens on a regular basis. I dropped the wine flask. Where's the wine flask drop, Sauchi? I don't even know where that thing comes from. Is it one of the bosses?
Ahoy there!
Vagina boss. Okay. I got the name from Alk. Uh-huh. All right. Now that we have the ability to trade for chaos without having to mentally destroy ourselves with the fact we don't have gold, let's finish this boot craft. What a time to be alive.
And my axe.
And my axe. Yo, Asabeku. Appreciate the sub, man. Thanks for the support. New post on Twitter? Did they like a news update or something? Got a link? What's the post? What's going on? That's 50-50 crazy. All right, let's take a look. See what they address. We wanted to give an update talking about how the launch went and what we're immediately working on. Over the weekend, we launched Secrets of the Atlas. A number of people joined in for launch day. Starting the elephant in the room, unfortunately, our European servers have been facing a barrage of DDoS attacks. We understand that this is an issue as ruined such an anticipated launch for many players. This is unacceptable service. We're deeply sorry. I want to assure you we're taking this very seriously and the highest priority problem for our company to solve. Due to the nature of these attacks, we're unable to provide a time frame on when it'll be resolved. Okay, DDoSing PoE servers, weird. Another thing we caught just prior to launch was an issue with our final console boss, which did not affect our internal realm, so couldn't have been caught sooner than it was because this required brand new builds to be created, tested, and then certified. This process took quite a long time to fix, but the console player realms are fully operational and players are able to log in and play. We are implementing the measures to prevent this from occurring in the future. While our system administration and backend team addresses the issues of the European servers, our development team continues to monitor feedback. Currently, the leading issue we're looking to address is that a number of mercenary skills, especially ones you get middle of the campaign, start to deal overwhelming amounts of damage to players, often instantly killing you. Yep, you should expect a patch in the near future. We're looking into making some improvements to memory skills granted in maps by the originator. Okay. Make a huge thank you to all our players. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. No mention of NA servers? Well, NA servers have mostly been good. I bet it was by the Americans. They stopped once they crossed the ocean to log into the servers. I've had no issue on the Canadian servers. I had some DCs on Canada server. I've been hopping around between Canada, Washington, Texas, and Cali. So they're just basically addressing the server things, which is the most pertinent problem. Hopefully they get it solved. Server issues suck. Rerolls are not it. I understand how gaming companies are struggling with DDoS. Work for a company having 100k plus DDoS attacks yearly. Never went down. Just fix your protection, GG. Not gonna say I understand, because I don't. I love crashing and losing maps. Yeah, it's so fun. Alright, here's my favorite part. Yo, what? What are these prices? 120 per? They're actually the most expensive. Oh, you know what it is? It's the memory thing. That's why. Shake now or freezer? Ooh, I'll take it now. You need me to come get it? Shake will help me deal with the how we lost like 10D of currency to boots.
What have you got for me?
If I use Doriar's Predate to merc for reverse res, then we don't need Inevitable Judgment? Correct. Yep. You will triple your damage from Inevitable Judgment. You put that Ascendancy point into another point. What build you doing? Elementalist? Pconc. Alright. Let's finish these boots. Let's finish what we started. Sounds weird. And good. Alright. Do not fill my prefixes. Fortunately, we got mana. Am I willing to settle for mana? I don't know if I am. Let's see what the unveil is.
Well,
If the unveil is unaffected by chill, then we have to go again regardless. Where the heck is June? Oh, I don't need June anymore. It is chill. We have to go again. Shake acquired. It's okay, we earned this with the walking we did earlier. Add my emote, please. Is this really necessary? Is that... Alright, we have to go again. That's why we bought a second Bristle Matron. Was just in case this happened. We wanted to be prepared. My axe, Yo Dawkins, appreciate the sub, man. Don't fill my prefixes. There we go. Alright. Block mana. We're going to unveil not chill immunity. Because we are trying to play reverse chill. Thank you. Okay. Movement speed. Fantastic. Mana blocked. I need an exalt. Time to high roll, guys. And my axe. Yo, Doc, I appreciate the 2 gifted subs to 2 Korea and Guitaraholic.
And my axe.
Horror 5 link for Pconc. GMP, Greater Volley, Unbound Ailments. 5th link, Awaken Vicious Barrage. All right, it should be fine, right? So we lose a little bit of flat here. You know, like 60 flat, but we gain tailwind, better movement speed, and a res problem / attribute problem. But that's okay, because we're gonna fix that. I have a plan. Supreme Ostentation. You know what? Honestly, this attribute problem has been driving me insane. I could actually be tempted. You know, maybe I do. Who needs it anyways? We could just tattoo. Just tattoo every int node. Because I do want to also click the one master that gives % ES, right? Then you can wear the garb yourself. I'm not wearing the garb, okay? Check the tattoo prices. Are they bad? No, they're not bad. They're fine, right? Alright, we're good. We're good on tattoos. They were fine.
Hello.
You're rich, just sell some lab carries. I'm not selling lab carries, okay? Rage. Okay, what do you have here? Recover on block, ES, res. And how much did you have? 41? Dang. So it upgraded percent 2 tiers, and the hybrid, it upgraded 3 tiers. You got pretty lucky on that. Because it could have upgraded the res and it didn't. It upgraded just ES only. Very nice. Let's think for a bit. Just a slight bit. About this attribute situation. If we do the timeless jewel you guys are talking about, if we consider this plan, where can we put it? It's a safe location that doesn't cause us any issues. Is it just here? I could technically put it here. Wait, could I even put it there, though? Yeah, I could technically go here. I break my poison tattoos there, but that's fine. Top, middle. I think that breaks Golem Commander. Yeah, that breaks Golem Commander. And this doesn't brick... Oh, it bricks Deep Wisdom if I want to get the ES there later on. I think... There's also the go this route. You know what actually I'm thinking about? If we swap this to over here. We go lightning res, lightning res, lightning res, lightning res, lightning res, lightning res. We could swap it to here. Change Faith and Steel and change Endurance to more useful stats. Because that'd be a 1 point, 2 point that I'm going to grab the Mastery in. It doesn't stop us from going up here. It loses a little bit of attack speed. How much does it cost if I want more lightning res tattoos? We'll start a buy order for some of these. Recraft your chest for T1. No, I don't want to do recrafting right now. What's the dude's name? Elegant Hubris. Supreme Ostentation Caspero. Caspero. I care about attack speed. I care about Frenzy on hit would be cool. Block attack would be cool. Minion damage is fine. Endurance charge you've been hit recently is good. Reservations, suppress. Care about this notable, this notable, this notable. Those two notables. Should say those. What was trading before Timeless? Oh, it was the worst thing ever. Before Timeless, it was kind of a nightmare. Divining them, it was basically either you were divining them or you were spending time buying a bunch, checking them, and then reselling them back. It was horrific. Take days, yeah, it was not a good time. Accuracy, crit multi, regen, res. Projectile damage, lightning, cold, bleed. There's no damage for poison in here. The hell am I supposed to do with this? Can you explain destructive play? Basically makes Maven spawn extra bosses whenever you do Maven influence on the map, which gives you extra loot because you fight them and they drop things. TLDR. Golem Commander. And my axe. Yo, owner of hell, man. Appreciate the sub, dude. A lot of double frenzies. This one's kind of tempting. Frenzy and endurance. Online. Unfortunate. What's the plan right now? E-Blade or something Elementalist? We're doing Elementalist Pconc because right now we're working on considering a timeless option. See about something like this. Does this exist with Frenzy and Endurance on those notables? It does not. Bunch of combinations that give me Arcus Dominion Frenzy. I think that could be the best option for us. So if we change our pathing from going out and up like this to this pathing, we go out up here. Let's save us any passives. Not really. I think we'll go with it. We'll send it. Fixing attributes does give us a lot of extra freedom if we could tattoo stuff. We'll just see where it lands for us. Oh no, it's all Kadiro. How do I just do it? I have to do them one by one. Is that what I have to do? I have to do them one by one. Oh no. Oh no. Why not use POB to search it? Because I already learned how to do it this way. This way used to work correctly. It got bricked at some point, I think, in terms of being able to do it without and then you search them individually. 4 divines. Can't be the only one, right? There has to be another. Ain't no way. Why not ask Connor to look for it? I'll pass. That's why. Error occurred, rate limit exceeded. Oh, it's not even searching correctly. It's just, yeah, I'm just getting. Oh. See you in 5 minutes. It doesn't freaking. These are all Kadiro jewels. Holy. Why does it do it like this? Why? Why? I have selected Caspero. Why is it? I'll try the path of building thing. How the heck does the... I don't even know how the timeless jewel thing even works. Fine, timeless jewel, okay. Try this. Elegant Hubris. Caspero. Minor Matter Cluster. Frenzy on hits. Search. Copy trade URL. All right. Have 2 to 3. No! I don't want to wait 2 to 3 minutes. I'm going to the next guy. You click on copy to search more. Watch him wait. Nope. Nope. Watch him get the wrong one. If this is not frenzy, after I clicked, hey, search for this node. All right, we'll put this to the side. We still need to fix our res, i.e. we still need to make some better gear than what we have right now. I was thinking crystal belts with... Where do I search the memory shard stuff? $20C. It's gonna have frenzy, but you didn't specify what node you wanted. Yes, I clicked Arcanist Dominion. What do you? So help me. This is why I don't use the freaking Path of Building one. Because you click the node and then it's like, oh yeah, I don't care what node you clicked. Is that? Are you serious right now? You freaking. I hate this so much. I hate this stupid freaking. So this is what happened last time I used the freaking POB timeless jewel calculator. It's like, oh, I select the node. The node I have selected. Oh, yeah, let's put it on some random node not on your tree. Wouldn't have this problem with this freaking program. Timeless jewel calculator did get bricked. It worked before fine, but now it randomly decided to start searching for other freaking keystones that aren't the one you want. Where is it? Where is the I get to tell it with note what note I want it to be on? Where is the part where I get to do that? Nowhere in this. This option to exclude nodes that you do not have allocated. Are you telling me I just didn't have that clicked the first time? Annually make it now. Oh, that's right. If I wanted to make it, I can't just put a number in. I have to freaking do this. Freaking. I. Okay. All right. Good. Good. Cool. I miss the way I used to do it, man. Back in the day, Timeless Jewel Calculator actually searched the correct dude. It was amazing. You freaking, it would do like freaking 100 names all at once, you know? Didn't have to deal with this half-rate cooked version on POB. I fear this might be a skill issue. It is 100% a skill issue. Doesn't change the fact that I am tilted. I think I'm mostly frustrated from the boots. It's leftover anger from the boots is what it is. I spent over an hour and like 10 divines to hit 1 elevation on an easily hittable affix because it decided to eat 7 orbs in a row. Okay, so if we change that location, we have to change the branch path from here to here. We get Frenzy. We no longer have an attribute problem. We can tattoo all of our attributes to other things. I could probably fix Cold Res over here, maybe.
Hello, hello, hello.
Cold Res tattoos are apparently a million jillion expensive. Horror conflicts are the most rage-inducing. I don't feel that way about horror conflicts. I mean, horror conflicts can be frustrating, but I don't know. Just when you get super unlucky, I think that's what's rage-inducing usually. So, especially if it's something that's like time involved. Starkster's guy dead, Bradford is? Yeah, they kind of nuked Archmage. Okay, so that guy's not responding. Let's try this again. Elegant Hubris. Caspero. Filter nodes, check. Desired node, Eternal Fervor, Frenzy on hits. Slider controls the weight of the stat. Billion. Stat I want. Not paying a penny more. Are you playing RuneScape or hearing things? You're hearing, well, you were hearing RuneScape in the background. It's swapped soundtracks now. Okay, we got another no response situation. We have to keep looking. Let's try this guy.
And my axe.
My axe. Yo, appreciate the sub. TLT Splody. Thanks for gifting 2 subs to Laxers and Aaron. Okay. Good. Good. Another AFK guy. Woo. Wait, not AFK. Just somebody who just doesn't want to trade. Oh no. Somebody messaged me for my item. Better not sell it. It's a timeless jewel. That means it's worth $1 million because somebody wants to buy it from me. Time to relist it for higher. Wouldn't want this guy to be able to get the item he's looking for. Sec. Lance wants it's time to relist. Sec? What do you need a sec for, man? What are you doing? Huh? Conflict. Okay, he's in the I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Anybody selling these jewels is a dead eye in the timeless domain. Gotta check the seed. Yeah. It's a one stat notable, man. There's like 100 different jewels with this. Okay. So help me. All right, jewel acquired. There's no way I ever get back the value of this. Right? That's just minus the divine. Okay. Boots are here. Correct? Jewel is here. Fantastic. Now... go over here. Let's make belts and gloves. The guy I messaged earlier who just didn't respond. It's the other guy who didn't respond. Okay. What was the better option? Alchemy was 0 to 50. Transmute into Regal, I think, is the safest option to keep Memory Amber. Okay. Now that we got it to be rare. Oh no. Ooh, that's not good. That's not a good situation. Okay. Thoughts on my starter cluster? It's a pretty nice starter cluster. I can't summon golems because of the hat. What should I do? You bought a hat that doesn't have the golem mod. The Dark Monarch has... it basically can be specific to any one minion. This is a golem version. You bought one that's a different version. You should look at it, read the text. It should say, if it says something besides golems, you got a different version of the helmet. You have a different version of the helmet.
Hello. Stay in the light.
that actually the best way to do this? Probably not. I'll actually put all these to the side. We're gonna do this with Essence. Oh, I can't do this with Essence. Can I do it with a Reforge? Permitted term kill a black. It's Twitch auto blocked your message for kill a black Morgan. Apparently the term it was blocking was kill a black. What the hell, man? You know what I should do, honestly? Maybe it is fossils. But instead of these, I use prismatic.
Hello, hello, hello.
How are the Delvers getting away with these prices? How are the Delvers getting away with these prices?
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, this will be the way. This will be the way. I believe in the plan here. We click defense reforge until we hit decent triple res with ES. How rare of an outcome could that possibly be? How is Omen Connection 7D and Morgan's 3D? Because people are afraid of the Morgan. / they don't know it exists. Is it updated for the Guardian nerf? You mean the tiniest change known to the 25% reservation for like 10% recovery rate? It could have deleted the recovery rate and the build would have been basically identical. But instead you got 25 recovery rates. Not a nerf. It's a, if anything, it's a slight buff. You just add in a 25 reservation. If you know the change occurred, then you should be just fine. Just add in 125% reservation. You'll be good. How did you solve bleed on E-Blade? I know how to bleed a lot. Click Ralakesh, Pantheon. It's one of my go-to Pantheons. Solving bleed with Ralakesh is a classic. I guess technically I only need dual res, and then I can benchcraft res for the final affix.
Ahoy there!
Maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe I should slam it and then just awaken or orbit. Maybe that's the real answer. And then dense fossil it from there. Maybe that's the actual answer for this situation. Well, for the first time, will I do it? Yeah, just know when you have extra reservation space, just slot in one more 25 aura. Like Ask of the Spider, Arctic Armor, something like that. How do you take Zealot's Oath on E-Blade and still spend life? Eternal Youth, what Rappy said. Yes, body armor, correct. Crusader, yes. Okay.
Oh,
Let's go get a Crusader belt. Crusader influence. Belts. $25 memory amber left. Oh, I probably shouldn't even be doing this on a belt this item level, should I? Can I still hit T1ES? I can still hit T1ES, right? Yeah, I can. I just can't hit T1 res. My brain's telling me this will be worth it. But my heart's telling me I'm an idiot right now. I'm spending all this extra time to try to include the memory amber thing. To try to upgrade it after the fact, but... That's gonna lose me shards too? How am I supposed to get to the part where I get to utilize the freaking... I like your army. Thanks. So I paid money to get the thing that had stuff already on it. And now if I want to get this stuff back,
what have you?
now I have to do... Oh my goodness. These orbs are such a scam too. I don't know if I have what it takes. I don't know if I have what it takes. Does it matter that much? Does it actually matter that much? Do I really need the memory shard currency? I'll buy one of the scam currency. The last like 4 times I clicked this, I got sub 10, and it was gone by the time I was able to make it. It was gone by the time I was able to make the item rare. All right, 61. Can I make the item rare without losing all of my stuff? Great. We lost the absolute maximum amount. Fantastic start. 0 to 16. All right. 46. Now let's use some of these defense fossils. Let's see how far we get. Oh, I'm scamming myself so hard right now. Prelim out. We'll see. We'll see when I have triple T1 ES mods on this belt, guys. We'll see. You'll all see. Just you wait. Just you wait. 46 is actually pretty good, so we got that going for us. Body armor ES. We need to hit flat ES, body armor ES, and percent ES is what we need to hit. We need to hit those 5 mods together. Got a Golem Enjoyer, getting our CB Golem Jewel that we made yesterday. I still don't understand why there's no golems because of the hat. Link me your hat, and I will read it to you why you can't summon your golems. You don't want... I told you to read your own hat, and you don't want to read it. So I'll link it, and then I'll read it for you. Because it probably says something like, you can only have animated guardians or something. Because there's a roll range. And you bought one of the helmets that didn't say Golem. You bought one that said something else, and I don't know what's on your hat, because there's like 52 different versions. And I'm not a freaking magician, and I can't guess what's on your hat. I don't have the ability. Can the new Ralakesh be divined? I do not know. It's close. It's close. Almost what we need. Not quite, though. Are you willing to price check his helmet? No, I'm just going to read it for him. Is this runnable by anyone? Torment, 2 meter, feared, Cole, 90% less. I mean, this is a pretty standard issue, 90% less, quad torment, feared. Trickster would run that last league. Would Trickster run it this league? Probably would have to be a pretty good Trickster. I don't know if any Trickster or any... I don't know if any player on the league right now can do that content. I don't think anyone online right now could do this without some level of risk. That being said, I kind of doubt somebody has a build that good yet. Am I planning to run Valdos with this character? I wasn't planning on running Valdos with my Pconc Elementalist. Maybe if we do the jug plan. If I hover a Scour, does it threaten to take away Memory Amber? It doesn't. Okay. Really unfortunate we have to compete with armor on this thing. I can't exalt because it's gonna use Memory Amber. We really just need to hit all 3 together. I could Veiled Orb here. Veiled threaten to take Memory Amber? Veiled does. Have we tested non-native modifiers? No, I haven't gotten around to it yet. I could Prefix Can't Be Changed, Reforge Defense, but that's going to get real expensive real fast. There's no telling that's going to give me armor or ES. I think I just have to keep doing Dense Fossils. You do this craft pretty easily with 3 to 4 locks. You're talking about Morgans, right? Morgans right now are like 3 to 4 divines. It's not an affordable option, you know? Not in the current situation. Okay, actually, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Let's think this through. If I can upgrade the flat ES here, we have the T1. The stun and block is T2. Do I scour that off? Do I spend 2 divines scouring that mod so we can flood all of our dream into the ES going up with the 1 orb? What are we thinking? Does this cost memory hammer, by the way? This does not cost it, okay. Let the game know we mean business.
And my axe.
My axe.
And my axe.
Yo, Zoomington, thanks for 2 gifted subs, man. Science demands it. I'm kind of thinking Veiled Orb a little bit. I'm thinking Veiled Orb. Veiled Chaos. What can I unveil on belt, by the way? Is Veiled Chaos good for me? Regen is good. Hybrid res is okay. Attribute is not good for our current situation, but it'd be good for resell value. Alright. I am going to do the 2 divines. I am going to do the... I don't have them. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Hold on. Singular scouting report and a dream. Hold on. I got this. Lock in. Singular scouting report and a dream. I believe in the future. Alright, never mind. I gotta go to trade. Almost had it. That close to greatness. Does anyone have a buy order for Pconc Ellie? What does that mean? What do you mean buy order for Pconc Ellie? What exactly do you mean by that? Alright. We're broke. Time to just spam. We need one guy to respond. Did what I had to do. Better trading link? It should be in the path of building of the League Star plan, basically. Bobson, you're doing great. Thanks. It's been a downhill spiral ever since the Elevate the Boots incident. I've been unruly. I break my first helical, rip. It's not rip, Casual Bree. Remember, you have the vendor recipe. It's 20% rip, 80% life. You can use those bricks to bend a recipe. You just can't use those two on the same recipe. They have to be different recipes because you can't use the mirrored item. Is demonic Pconc awful screen call letter? That's what people have told me. They're scaring me out of it. Whether or not that's actually the case, I don't know for sure. But people have been intimidating me out of the drill, so for sure. It's blinding? Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. Right now, I feel like I can see a decent amount, so if the counter option is complete blinding, I think we'll chill with this. I can show you if you're like, nah, I trust you. That's why I haven't bought it. Because I'm trusting what you're saying. Oh, this is gonna be sick. So we're gonna get Tailwind. We're gonna get Ailment Effect. I think we'll swap to the Chill Pantheon for Elementalist. Give another action speed. Our Chill is gonna go to... What we'll go to... At least 23, along with 8% action speed. We're gonna get Frenzy Charges. Why don't you invite other people for the map completion? I didn't think about it. I was just running it because I need the craft. I mean, if people want the map completion, you can DM me in game, I guess. If people want the Coward Trial. I was literally just... The only reason I'm doing this map is because I'm trying to get previous game to change. I wasn't even thinking about it. Elvish, I just wanted the bench craft, man. Just wanted the bench craft. Portal's up. You plan to change the skill? Nope. I plan to make a Pconc build, and that's what we're doing. All right, we're full now on people, guys. We've got a Glacial Cascade Enjoyer. Hell yeah. Think I'm gonna crash before I log in? Yeah, we'll see. Are you still doing lab runs? No. I was never doing lab runs at any point. Did we finish the map? Guys, did we finish the map? Is it... I guess I don't even know. There's nothing spawning. Surely we would finish the map. I don't need anything. Good luck, guys. Enjoy your newfound map completion. I don't want anything. I thought you were the price check guy. No, T-Bone. I don't want anything. Enjoy the map completion, guys. All right. Now that we have that. Veiled Orb, do not fill my suffixes. Prefix can't be changed. Nice. Okay. Wait! Oh, that 8 memory amber. Okay, well. I guess I should have just scoured. Okay, well, it's one affix. It's one affix. Let's see how many tiers it upgrades. We have the currency. Unraveling Orb. Consumes all memory strands, and I am to attempt to upgrade the tier of explicit modifiers based on the number of strands consumed. Alright, well, it upgraded a couple tiers. That's where it is. What do I want to block here? I'll block... I even have trap throw speed. Focus. I'd like to block focus. Regen mod, nice. Alright. And then I block strength. Hopefully we slam a res.
Ahoy there.
Settler lands. Come on, give me a good res. Stun threshold. Oh, yes. Stun threshold. Thank goodness for that. It was almost something useful. Stun threshold. This freaking... Okay. Okay. It's fine. In a way, this is a good thing, okay? Because now, I still have a res problem. But that's okay. We're going to fix that with the gloves. The gloves are our road to fixing our res problem. E-Blade and Quiz keep stuttering with Castle Crit. How do you fix this? You're using Cyclone Snowman. You either use Lancing Steel Spraying or you swap the shield for a high ES shield with +2 support gem and put the enhanced plus energy blade in the shield. Wrathpith with Cyclone is a no-go. It'll keep getting stunned. Every time you sacrifice that % life, it'll briefly register you at 1 life and it'll say you can't afford to keep cycloning. So that's what's happening. Does the cooldown recovery have to be exactly 14 or can it be more? It can be more. It does not have to be exactly 14. 14 is the breakpoint number. 15, 16, 17 all do the same thing. All the way up to 51, and then 52 is the next breakpoint. Let's go ahead and split this.
Ahoy there.
Would you get the minimum endurance craft now? I have no idea. Does it still exist? Primordial gems, not counting clusters. I have 3 of them, yet 8 golems with the Sensi passive. Should be 10. Do you have Anima Stone plus 2 other gems? You need to have Anima Stone plus 3. Anima Stone is not a primordial gem itself, maybe? I got a Frenzy one? Okay, so they still exist. My third link and I want to do Entry Blade, but the PvP's written in Morse code. Think I'll stick to an easier build and do that one later. PvP's written in Morse code. I mean, fair enough. I would say if you just, you know, copy everything exactly, you should be okay. Then I'll forget Eternal Youth. If you copy it exactly, you wouldn't be copying it exactly if you missed Eternal Youth, right? Best way to get more cast speed with EB now that RF Devotion is brick with blood magic. Cast speed, your best source is jewels and ring suffixes. And amulet suffix if you haven't gotten like a GG amulet suffix yet. This is okay. Our current one, 318, and this has res, and this doesn't have res. That make my res situation work? Probably. Might call this one good enough for right now. Okay. So we have good items to equip on each slot here. Assuming... I get suppress maybe? Quick little suppress. Real quick suppress. Attack speed's good. Real quick suppress. Okay, forget about the suppress for now. Now I need to rework the tree angle. So rework this all the way over here. It's time to get regret orbs and go for the respec. Just finished my Atlas for Expedition and I got a Hinacor lock. Congrats. Welcome to the Hinacor lock. People who have those stage of life. Is 15% BP worth dropping Cyclopean for? BP. I don't know what BP means. Synth belt? Breakpoint. Oh, yeah, I'd say so. I mean, the thing is you get 12% attribute plus CDR. That's why I did it for the cast and crit version. That's why I showcased that. It's because it's worth it, in my opinion. Alright. Let's do the respec. Wait, int or strength higher? I think int higher for ignite immune. Pain is temporary, guys. Pain is temporary. Once we swap to this keystone, our golems will never randomly disappear again on swapping items in and out. You know what I mean? All gonna be okay. Do not panic. All gonna be okay. I'm bleeding divs for the DCs. Is that the rare jewel I wanted to give up? Flush and flame. Yes, that is correct.
Boy there.
Can I ask something about E-Blade? Sure. Shoot, man. Answering E-Blade questions all day. Not sure I'm doing a good job at it, but I've been trying. I have suppress. Poison on it's like kind of okay, but I kind of want suppress. A little bit of suppress, please. There we go, in the 11th hour. And around how much ES? Which version of the build would it be comfortable farming T17 strats? Thinking about strong boxes? I would do cast on crit and 10k plus ES. I think cast on crit was the strongest version, at least on the budget, for what I was testing.
Ahoy there. Ah. Hello. Hello.
Work with that. Okay, so old boots are out. Goes over here. Okay. Let's see what our res looks like. Now that we have our attributes all solved, everything else can afford to be res crafts, basically. So I decide I need some other random craft here. But no, I think this could just be res crafts. Suffix craft here can be suppressed. It's actually sick to have suppressed there. Ooh, if I could craft suppress here too. Start getting our suppress up to a decent number. Kinda want to keep doing that. Can't really fix the res though. How mandatory is Vile Bastion? And what would you recommend as an alternative? How mandatory is Vile Bastion? It gives you stun immune. So that means if you don't have that, you have to grab the stun mastery and you need to run Brine King. I'm not running Brine King, so it gets me out of Brine King. That's number one. Number two is it gets you some ES. Rare jewels will get you ES and stats as well. So you get a lot of that stuff back. Okay, I need to do... It's not... Basically, I'm saying it's not mandatory. It's the difference in having, like... my character, if I took it off, I'd go from 10k ES to about 8k ES. Which would still be a fairly tanky character. And then rare jewels would give some of that ES back. The main thing is the stun. You have to run Brine King. That's the biggest thing I think that changes. Don't overpay for those jewels. They'll go back down in price. Kind of want to run Discipline a little bit. How much crit chance do you have to get on the tree? Your crit chance for casting Great Inquisitor is entirely from... It's from your, you're in strength on stuff. Real dad brain over here? Yeah, I'm kind of lost on thought right now. We need to get a reservation correct. How did my ES go down? Oh, I don't have Golem on, that's why. Okay. Whew. Fine. Stone not up. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. My ES still went down, though. This belt, it shouldn't have gone down, right? We did lose int, though. We gained the ES nodes here, which I feel like should have gained it back. Tempest Shield. Oh, yeah. Tempest Shield gives block, too. That's a good point. Am I gonna solve my res? So let me fix my res a little bit better. Also help me fix ES a little bit better. Hey, it's just the int. No, we'll be above after this. We'll be above after this. Everything's gonna work out, guys. We also picked up suppress, which is kind of nice. With suppress bench crafts on gloves and body armor and suppress. Yes.
Oh.
Check to see if there's any more obvious upgrades from our current ones we have. Oh, without getting a lot more expensive. Okay. Take this one out. Let's help fix our res. The method for getting CDR on the boots. If you're just getting 5% CDR, you can just use Ickers. If you're going for like the elevated pair, That's like an Awaken Orb craft with a Beast Lock method, which I have a video on. Wish me luck. Good luck, man. I hope you hit. Unfortunate. It's how it goes sometimes. It's how it goes. Alright, we'll list these ones, which are slightly worse than the ones we bought. A little bit less. This over here. Now we're capped res. We have 4 dex nodes. Are there any obvious good dex things we can tattoo? Movement speed is good. Blind enemies is good. Accuracy is kind of useful. Actually, proj speed is useful. I'm gonna do proj speed. One blind tattoo will help us our hit chance. Yeah, one. GG, dude. Congrats on the gloves. Congrats on the gloves, man. Okay, so we got Frenzy on hit now. We got better suppress, better attack speed, better regen. Ooh. I could go discipline instead of Arctic armor, but then I lose freeze immune, so I don't think I do that. But I can use my fortress tattoo now. I just have to find one passive point, and I can use a fortress tattoo. What is that passive? Go. Hey, look at that. 11.5 KES. Found one passive while you're 5% away from a level. Listen. It's I didn't realize it was that close, okay. Sulfite, chance to grant or are totems considered minions? Are totems considered minions? I do not know. No, they're not. I do know. They're not considered minions. They're not minions. They're worse? Okay, I don't know about that. According to this, they are Totems by Captain Lance. Why'd you name your character Totems by Captain Lance? Okay. Let's get our golems all summoned out. We got stuff to do here, man. Linked. Nope. Flame Golem, Stone Golem. I guess I could fix this situation, right? I'll keep it like it is. They've been doing just fine. They've been doing just fine. I'd rather Chaos Golem be a little bit tankier. On you. Double up on you. My name is referencing another Lance. Captain Lance scam victim. What do you mean? Lies. Alright. Golems have been reacquired. Alright, this should feel pretty good. We got ourselves better attack speed, better suppress, 1,000 additional ES. We now have Frenzy on hits. We have, no longer are we going to get attribute problems every time I unequip something. Look how nice this is, guys. My golems aren't randomly disappearing. Feeling good right now. What's this helmet? It's called the Dark Monarch. It's a good time. Can recommend. Ooh. And we just picked up Tailwind. And we have a higher percent self-chill. Oh, we're going to respec, actually. Wait, is that going to break my res? No. I want to grab this node for the DR, but it's going to break my res. What do you mean? No. No. What do you mean? Oh, we were so close. So close yet so far. You know what I guess I have to do to get this node? Maybe there's like double corrupted versions of the poison on hit ring. Ignited by ignite immune. You cannot ignite implicits. Cannot bleed implicits. Ice Fang. Count of 1. No, count of 2. Implicits 2. Search. Anger aura effect. What about Winterweave? Oh, attack speed implicit. No dice. All elemental implicit. Five divines. Okay, no. I could lose my ignite immunity in order to get a little bit better in terms of dealing with this other stuff. I do that? Is that worth it to me? I'll pretend that's worth it. Remind me when I start dying to ignite that I made a mistake. Double corrupt the helmet should be a next upgrade. There's other upgrades we can do before that. Like a rare amulet is kind of another upgrade I'm going to be looking at. A lot happier with my rare gear now than I was before, though. Our suppress is like... What's our suppress at now? 62. So we're like 80 lucky suppress. We were like at 50 lucky suppress before, so it's a lot better in that front. I want to Tainted Catalyst this a little bit. Oh, yes I do. Give me something useful. Give me something I can believe in. Resistance, that gave me 1%. Still 1%. The chaos. There we go. Only 6% though. There we go. Okay. Does this thing need anything? Nah, I think it's probably fine. All right. So we should be at like a 23, 24 chill with Tailwind now. All right. Let's do
What have you got?
some boss rushing with the new setup, guys. Let's do some boss rushing with the new setup. Let's try... How much does it cost if I want to buy fortresses? If I want to do the boss that's like doesn't have annoying phases and has a big drop in yoke. I want to buy this in bulk. It's going to cost us double the other maps. How much is the yoke worth? Yoke is worth 10 divines.
And my axe.
My axe. Yo, Mobud, appreciate the sub, man. Playing Energy Blade Inquisitor and just dropped the Hidden log at level 84. Right now it sells for 22 div. Do you think it's worth if I wait a week? That's kind of up to you. If the build feels pretty good right now for you, and you're having a good time, and you could just chill and then just sell it later. If you want the immediate power spike of becoming a lot stronger right now, then I would sell it. That just depends on you and where you're at with what you're willing to do. Yo, thanks for the sub, Mobud. That guy's AFK. There's no longer available. AFK, that guy's AFK. Longer available. Just 450C, okay. Exactly how much I have, man. All right, let's see where we're at. Got some fortresses. We have a dream.
Hello, hello, hello.
I traded with a guy called Captain Lance Hater. There's a few of those. They're running around. They're out of control. Alright, that's fine. It's probably fine on this map, honestly. This boss is so much easier than the other ones, right? Feels like you can run some kind of annoying mods and it's okay. This boss is not very dangerous, right? Maybe now that I'm smack talking it, I'm gonna get wrecked though. Now that I've talked all this trash. Do this thing. See how we feel.
Oh?
What rings are on your merc? +1 curse, and then a ring that helps give res. That's basically it. What links for Firestorm and E-Blade after ascending? Unleash. I think if it's right after your first ascension, I think I ran Trinity. And potentially Spellblade, maybe? It really depends how much, like, E-Blade you have at that point. Like, if you're twink leveling. $23 self-chill. And it looks like our Tailwind is proccing. Holy, I feel so much faster. No twink on fresh start. Then yeah, I think it might be Unleash Trinity at that point, because you have it very early on. You have a similar amount of fire and lightning, enough to where Trinity can proc. That feels so much faster. Oh, great right now. Dude, these changes were awesome.
This choice carries weight. Your valor is his to measure. Fire of his hand! I will not lose.
I don't know why I'm clearing extra. What'd you change? So we got boots that have ailment effect plus tailwind. I swapped to the chill node, which gave 10% chill and starts lessening their damage. So basically this change was 8% action speed from tailwind, 6% action speed from ailment effect, 10% action speed from the small node. It's like another 16% action speed. We also got frenzy on hit, which gives attack speed and more damage. I got attack speed on the Eldritch Implicit here. So basically I feel a lot faster than I did like 2 seconds ago before I did all those changes. Ritual farming is good. I'm a new player looking for some decent currency to get me started. Conk and faster casting. Yeah, those would work decently. If you're clearing with Firestorm, then you can't do Conk though. If you're doing Armageddon plus Firestorm, then Conk is fine on Firestorm. Just remember that Conk will kind of break your clear rate. Okay, is there passives I don't have allocated yet? Like a mastery or anything I'm missing? Small node was Da multi. I was clearing with Conk. Yeah, well, Conk will hurt your, it'll hurt your clear pretty bad. That's the reason I wouldn't recommend it necessarily. Will hurt your clear pretty rough. My spell block right now should be capped, right? My spell block isn't capped. All right, now it's capped. We'll chill with that for now.
Hurry up.
Striker. What does he have? Vitality, Decoy, Vigilance Strike, Enduring Cry, Physical Aegis. This doesn't have the. Is it greater Vigilant Strike? Is that what I need to be looking for? Don't think I'm using the Sangomancer at all. Probably done with Toxologist for a while. I'm gonna let go of the Sangomancer.
Prove yourself. Stop. Hurry up and decide. Right, don't you win. I fought. Don't you?
What do you need to slap reverse chill on the build? Ice Fang Orbit, Golden Rule Jewel, and Winter Weave is what you need. If you're still life-based, you need to use the helmet that gives unaffected by poison.
I need more mana.
No, my dude died. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have. Oh. Why is my action speed all of a sudden bricked? Well, that's why. Let my guy die. Gotta get kids in PJs? Alright, sounds good. I'm probably gonna be ending stream soon, so I'll be up in a bit. Weak. Well, that's the problem with the int-based rogue is it's on the squishier side, right? And the map mods I'm doing are pretty rippy as well. I like this angle though. I like this angle. Boss rushing fortress. This map is much less of a nuisance to run. Oh, I know what happened. So this dude decided to be okay.
Decisions I am holding.
For whatever reason, this guy was in there with me. That's why the person died. And that's why I didn't have all my specific buffs. That makes so much more sense. So when I hired him, he decided to take over. Even though that's not what I wanted. I see. I'm getting so many of these maps. I'm not gonna lose action speed now. Never getting hit like that. All right. Let's do this one more time, except we're not gonna brick our dude and send him away. We're not gonna make that mistake again. You are
Decisions have
invited.
consequences, you know.
Should be good to go. Yeah, we do. Winter Wave, Call the Void, and Painseeker. Everything's frozen all the time. Painseeker, Winter Wave, and Call the Void. I'm confused. How is that? What is that doing exactly? Winter Wave reverses chill. Painseeker gives you higher ailment effect. Call the Void makes all damage chill. You need more golems? Maybe. You might be right. As for boots, I didn't see too many good ones, to be honest. When I was looking through boots, I didn't feel like there were too many good ones or too many good options. Try map without block. See how it feels.
I need no knowledge. Rots consumed.
We definitely need to replace our life loss. I like this. This is working perfectly, guys. The plan is going well. I feel like fixing that fizz taken as, or the fizz conversion thing, was very important, because I definitely didn't realize I was cooking my one ascendancy point that gives me basically most of my fizz mitigation. Getting that back, and the safeguarding golem, was for sure the right play. For sure the right play. How'd you brick it? So, void manipulation makes it so you can't deal elemental damage. And ignite that deals 0 damage doesn't count as an ignite occurring. And I didn't think that through. Somebody in chat basically was like, hey man, you realize you're breaking your ignite. And I was like, no, I didn't realize that. So, we swapped that to deadly ailments. And now we're looking real good. Tip cards that give us blah 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 blah. Sure, like that's them. Saved by chat again. Always, man. Always saved by chat. Chat always knows. How do you config Purgle's toe in PoE? You say your lightning damage or your damage is key. Yes. It's the life I want to be living right now. The Rush Fortress boss ignores action speed slows. I guess technically I can't ignore his action speed slows because I have like 30 plus action speed on this character. So I'm losing that action speed when I stand in the attacks, but infamous. What do you have for me? Oh, you have great. We 5 Chaos Ores and Bladefall of Charthus. The hell am I supposed to do with this? Infamous. Finally find one. This is what this guy has on him. He's got a 5C to his name. Take for a special mod? Yeah, it had Linger Blade, which I don't think is valuable, but maybe Linger Blade's valuable, I don't know. Maybe it's not. Must have grasping vines. Let's map. Dunzo, buddy. Dunzo. My axe. Yo, explicit, man. Thanks for the sub. Alright, this is gonna be the final map of the night, guys. For us, this is gonna be the final map of the night. Crab just gave me a full stack of 7 years bad luck. Dude. Nice. Congrats on the mirror shard. Turns out he's looking out for you. Single target recommendation, DPS for mercs. Like a merc that does good single target, or like what items to give a merc to help you deal more single target?
Turn around. I'm going to make your choice. And be quick about it.
We're gonna change your rare amulet or fury valve in this build. A rare amulet beats dragon fang if it's a good rare amulet. A mid rare amulet I think beats fury valve. Is what I'd say. Hexproof. Pretty big damage nullifier. Rogue's Grip is also Chaos Res, isn't it? Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh. Hexproof plus Rogue's Grip. Brutalized. Times like these, I wish I could apply curses to hexproof enemies. I'm running upstairs, yeah. You know that underused skill gem anime Guardian? How about we make an entire league around it? Yeah, but the mercs are just better. They have so much more going for them. So much more customization, faster, have cool abilities, do things. You have FF Jewel swap mid map. Oh, like swap to the +1 curse. Can apply a curse that the other Aki node for curses. That's the best, safest way to run a Valdo Void Mage build map. Have a character good enough to do it. Well, it depends on how hard the map is, basically. If you're gonna attempt something like that, you need a real good character. All right. All right, I'm real happy, guys. I'm real happy. The upgrades we made today, I feel like I'm driving around in a Ferrari or something. This extra action speed change, it's like it doesn't sound like a lot. It's because like 15% higher action speed than we had before, but it feels so dang good. And I think it's partly because of the extra attack speed from frenzies and the extra attack speed on our gloves. I don't know if we got attack speed somewhere else too, but that and the better suppress. I feel. Oh, okay, and fixing the fizz taken as and swapping to this, I feel like our DR is so much better. So tomorrow, I think we're gonna lock in on some T17s and maybe some Uber farming potentially. I'll have to think about it, but I feel like the character's in a pretty dang good state, so I'll have to think about what upgrade we want to go for next. But tonight we're gonna go eat steak and potatoes hopefully. So I gotta go grill. Do you know the new catering staff has Explode mod now? No, I wasn't aware. That's pretty cool. Yo, Explicit, appreciate the sub, by the way. Thanks, man. Hopefully that gets you to your portal MTX. The old Zana portal. Let's see who's streaming online right now. Connor is. Spicy Sushi is. Pox is. I sent you guys the Pox recently? I feel like have we rated Sushi recently? I think who I rated more recently, Pox or Sushi? No, I rated Connor recently. I sent you guys the Sushi. I don't think I've rated Spicy Sushi recently. We'll see what the Mage Blood Archmage character's up to. The old Sush. All right, thanks for hanging out, guys. Take care. Enjoy Sushi stream. I'll see you guys later.